guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
What's old is new again when it comes to Congress. They're currently trying to agree on a way to keep from shutting down over finances yet again.
Businesses across the United States are pleading with Congress to prevent a nationwide rail strike. The business groups wrote a letter to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, and others to impose a contract or extend a negotiation cooling off period in order to keep the railroads running. The Biden administration warns a nationwide strike could cripple our economy. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A reminder from our leaders that it's okay to spend money we don't have, as long as it's in keeping with the holiday spirit. Last year in the U.S. alone, around $2.7 billion was donated on the Tuesday following Thanksgiving. Now in its 10th year, Giving Tuesday is meant to encourage people to give to their favorite charities, whether it's through money or volunteer work. If it's any indicator of how the economy's going, Robert Kiyosaki, the guy who wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, sent out a tweet this past week that said the world economy is not a market. God have mercy on us all. Kiyosaki's comments came as many economists are predicting a recession in 2023 for the U.S. after a series of interest rate increases implemented by the Federal Reserve to attempt to combat a surge in inflation. Existing home sales have fallen for 9 straight months. The supply of single-family homes is growing, and with mortgage rates near 7%, experts say a large-scale housing slowdown is becoming increasingly likely. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medi-Share saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people, but what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills, and it really is a great community, too. people encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing, if you join MediShare Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right, no fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
Cyber Monday shopping deals may be harder to find this year as retailers stretch out the holiday season. Experts say if you see that hot toy, snap it up because there are still supply chain issues. Last year, Adobe Analytics said consumers spent more than $10 billion on Cyber Monday. Ryan Patel is a senior fellow with the Drucker School of Management. He tells CNN that as shoppers' habits change, stores are changing as well.
The better retailers moving forward are going to be more nimble. How to get online purchasing is only increasing. How you interact with the consumers, what kind of sales and discounts that you're going to provide. Is sales promotional even something that you want to continue to do at a higher discount rate? That was interesting this season as well about how people were discounting.
Early in-person voting is now underway across Georgia. Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker are squaring off in the Senate race, which will be decided December 6th. The U.S. Postal Service has announced its shipping deadlines for packages to arrive by Christmas Eve. The deadline for regular ground service is December 17th. Priority mail must be sent by December 19th, and the Priority Mail Express deadline is December 23rd. The Postal Service is urging people to get their packages and cards mailed as soon as possible. These dates exclude Hawaii and Alaska. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, I do believe that is my signal to go. Get this show on the road. All right. What do you say? Welcome in, welcome aboard. For those already with us, we'll watch those numbers ticking up. Get on in here. All right, we'll close out a Monday. We'll call it the Tuesday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, another comfortable night, 44 degrees outside the Secret Bunker. Cloudy night here in southwest Ohio. A relatively quiet night for a good majority of the country from moving freight around the country. I'd pretty much say the eastern half of the country is all quiet. Not a sign of any precipitation. From the eastern seaboard all the way back into Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas is high and dry. The southern tier of the country looking good. We do have a lot of changes coming our way, though. 24 hours from now, it's going to be a much, much different story. Yeah, matter of fact, even as we get things started 24 hours from now, we may be watching for severe weather, possibility of a tornado outbreak coming your way later today. Yeah, right there in the heart of what they call Tornado Alley. We'll break that down for you coming up here. It'll be a severe weather event along the southern tier of the country. A big-time wind event for areas of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, eventually all the way over to the eastern seaboard. It's going to be a fast-moving storm. All right, this is the storm that's emerging out of the Rockies as we speak. So we do see a bit of snow tonight. Most of it light to moderate. A little bit of snow beginning to fall in southwestern portions of Minnesota. You've got southern and eastern portions of South Dakota back into northern Nebraska. Snowing back into Cheyenne, Wyoming. Snow will be moving into the Denver metro area. Look for the temperature drop. You were in the 50s. I hope you enjoyed your Monday there in Denver. As your temperatures plummet through the overnight hours and through the day Tuesday, you'll be actually in the single digits before the sun comes up on Wednesday morning. Brr, what a difference from 50-plus degrees to the single digits in about a 36-hour period. That's nothing new for Denver. I've over the years following weather, you've seen 24-hour temperature changes as much as 60 and 70 degrees. It's insane in that part of the country. Hey, but we're closing out Cyber Monday. Did you do all your online shopping this past day? Spending it'll take a couple days to get the official numbers in, but the projections for online shopping Cyber Monday may hit a record $11.6 billion. Now, that's according to one preliminary estimate. Discounts on everything from pajamas to AirPods, tempting the shopper to click that buy button, despite the strain on our household budgets, the high inflation. That estimate from Adobe Analytics predicting an increase of up to 8.5% from a year ago. Much of that increase could be put down, though, by the inflation. If you think about it, if you spend 8% more in 22 versus 2021, but inflation was up over, say, 7%, rather than an 8% increase, it's really more like a 1% increase in spending. If you take out the inflation, which has been running in the high single digits, you come to a more of a flat kind of number in real terms, which they say really not too bad. Adobe Analytics measures online commerce performance by analyzing purchases at 85% of the top 100 internet retailers around the country. Both Adobe and MasterCard Spending Pulse are expected to release their Cyber Monday results probably sometime by later today, Tuesday. A lot of Americans have put off their holiday shopping for weeks in the hopes of finding bigger discounts post-Thanksgiving. Yeah, retailers have been kind of dangling the deals out there and discounts, all the way back to well before Halloween, trying to tempt us to spend early. But shoppers are being patient, waiting out the season, anticipating bigger markdowns and less susceptible to shiny objects. Target.com this past day, advertising discounts up to 40% on Hot Wheels toys and holiday decorations. Amazon.com was pitching 60% off promotions on some of their high-end watches and accessories. Walmart and Best Buy's websites also slashing prices by hundreds of dollars on some of their laptops and televisions yesterday. Overall, shoppers found discounts as much as 27% off the listed price on computers, double-digit discounts on nearly all other categories, apparel, toys, furniture. With inflation running at multi-decade highs, we're still going to shell out more of our money for the popular products because prices have actually risen faster than the promotions in many categories. Either way, for the 5 days going back to Thanksgiving Day through Cyber Monday, one of the busiest shopping periods of the holiday season, Adobe estimates online spending will be up 2.8%. So 5-day spending, $34.8 billion. Now remember, they anticipated a lot of people showing up at the malls and the big box stores for the Black Friday deals. Yeah, the crowds weren't what they anticipated for people actually going back to the stores. The crowds were pretty thin. Yeah, some locations saying we didn't really see any more foot traffic than we would on a normal given day. So, yeah, lots of online shopping. It's so much easier, right? Meanwhile, welcome aboard. Our number, 844-844-3388. Heavy D checking in out of the box here. Good morning to the overnight drive crew. As always, stay safe, keep on trucking. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Philly Dan, good morning out there. Criminals obey gun laws like Democrat politicians follow their oath in office. Anyway, happy Taco Tuesday. Here we go. Good morning from Central Florida. Richard checks in with 61 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 52 degrees in Joplin, Missouri tonight. Special show me shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Joplin Regional Stockyards. There you go. 007 checks in from Osceola, Iowa at the Pilot truck stop there. Gerald with 40 degrees outside Cape Girardeau, Missouri right now. Steve, we've got possible storms tomorrow. So everybody be safe out there. Yeah, Missouri's going to be right there in that zone, in the crosshairs, kind of that zone where we could see some very robust possible tornadic storms later Tuesday afternoon and even into the overnight hours. That's one of the concerns they highlighted. We'll share with you coming up. Yeah, tornadoes after dark and oftentimes after most people have gone to bed. Randolph checks in here on a Tuesday. Good morning, Mr. Sommers. It's 19 degrees on the plus side in Wamsutter, Wyoming tonight. There you go, 19. And it's only going to go down from there. Good morning, Rock Pick. Hello, people. Rochester, New York, checking in. Stay safe and enjoy. Timothy is on board. Pappy, 45 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Good evening to all the nocturnal listeners of the Overnight Drive. Everybody be safe and hammer down. All right. Hello, Mr. Sommers and the crew. There's Robert Sharp with us. Terry, Canadian Terry, driving through your home 20. Well, I'm waving a hand at you, Terry. No need to give you a weather report because you know what is going on. Very quiet out here as far as traffic is concerned. Everybody be safe. Heat wave, good morning from Grants, New Mexico. It's a breezy night. We've got 41 degrees as we head for home. That'd be Albuquerque, all right? 5-7, copy the mail. I posted that Gulf commercial that Always Moving was talking about on your fan page yesterday. Okay, I need to check that out. Sounds pretty funny. Hello to Scotty, a.k.a. Demon. Oh, Mr. Christmas Spirit, huh? Bah humbug, he says. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. There's Larry. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 42 degrees. Well, we got a kitten Saturday. His name is Nico, per the oldest granddaughter who got to name him. I spent part of the day putting together a cat house tower. Then I put together a pretty big racetrack tower for the grandson. The wife and I will be heading out to vote tomorrow in the Senate runoff race here in Georgia because I will be out of town on the 6th. I really have a hard time understanding how people can vote for Reverend Warnock, who claims to be a godly man and openly supports on-demand abortions, which, of course, that's a big part of the Democrat platform. Anyway, everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. All right, Patty says 53 degrees in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Florida. It's a little cool for here and no humidity tonight. Zardy, 46 in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And Chuck, the latest to check in. Good morning with 34 degrees in Middlesboro, Kentucky tonight. All right, we'll get to our traveler's weather, which, again, a very, very, very active day about to unfold. And it's actually, I should say, an active several days. I mean, from Tuesday through probably close to the end of the week, as this storm pretty quickly sweeps from west to east through the heart and eastern portions of the country. Again, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I full well anticipate, probably even by the time we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern time this morning, we're going to see a much broader zone of wind advisories and a lot of high wind warnings, because we're talking, winds 40 to 60 miles per hour over a broad area with higher gusts. We get a lot of wind advisories. Currently, we do have wind advisories and high wind warnings through much of New Mexico, parts of northern Arizona. As our storm system evolves, drops out of the Rockies, and rapidly intensifies, winter storm warnings for western portions of Colorado, south central and southeast Wyoming, of course, a much broader area of winter weather advisories. Typically, that's a couple, 3 inches of snowfall. Much of Nebraska is in that zone. Western portions of Iowa on up into southern Minnesota. Now, you'll see some heavier accumulations, northern Wisconsin, east central Minnesota, where you do have winter storm warnings in place for those areas. But is a multifaceted, as they describe it, a multifaceted storm that's rolling out of the Rockies. Severe weather from high winds to tornadoes will be possible from the northwestern Gulf Coast to the Mississippi Valley. 30 million people in the south central states at risk for severe weather later today alone. We are fairly confident, says AccuWeather, there will be multiple tornadoes on the ground from late Tuesday to early Tuesday night. People should take this threat seriously, he says. Now, the storm's going to interact with warmth and moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, pushed along by stiff winds. Heavy, gusty, maybe violent thunderstorms will erupt later in the day Tuesday and Tuesday night as energy from the jet stream moves in miles above the ground. So we'll start. First, storms will fire up from portions of northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, central and eastern Arkansas, mid to late afternoon today, Tuesday, as that push of colder air continues to move along. Everything shifts eastward into western and central portions of Mississippi, as well as expanding northward into southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky and Tennessee through the evening hours Tuesday. The most widespread threats today will be damaging winds capable of downing trees and power lines, damage to structures, gusts in some of these storms, 60 to 70 miles per hour, with occasional gusts to 85 miles per hour possible. Now, you look back, remember December of a year ago, there was a tornado outbreak in December of last year in much of the same region. Now, the setup for the last few days here of November in 22, not quite as intense. There's one big difference. Temperatures are maybe 10, 20 degrees lower this year versus last. So the air's not quite as humid as well. Temperatures were in the mid-70s and lower 80s for last year's outbreak. The forecast upper 50s to upper 60s for high temperatures later today. Not as much energy to fuel the storms. But that outbreak, December the 10th and 11th last year, took the lives of more than 4 dozen people. More than 500 were injured. Now, given the extreme amount of wind shear that is anticipated in the atmosphere, a number of thunderstorms may become intense enough to produce tornadoes later today, and maybe not quite as much on Wednesday. But here's where they're zoning in on across portions of Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi. Conditions should allow for storms to easily begin the rotating process, a heightened tornado threat. With that sort of environment in place, we could even be talking these strong, long tracking tornadoes on the ground for multiple miles. Since the risk will extend into the nighttime hours, there will be that added danger not being able to see the storms as they advance. Some major metro areas in the path later Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday night will include the likes of Shreveport, Louisiana, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, perhaps even Houston and Nashville as well. The risk of severe weather continues to extend into Wednesday further to the east, but the good news there, the atmosphere less favorable for severe weather, but maybe not enough to prevent isolated damaging storms for Wednesday. The greatest threat Wednesday near the I-10 corridor down toward the Gulf Coast. Could see some stronger storms still firing maybe as far north as eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. Yeah, areas that could see periods of thunderstorms, splash flooding, and damaging winds Wednesday. Stretches from New Orleans to Atlanta to Birmingham, Alabama. As those storms swing through some of our major airport hubs later today, all the way through Wednesday evening, no doubt we'll be talking airline delays and likely even some ground stops at some of those major airport hubs. Now, that's kind of the southern end of the storm. Coming up, we'll get to the northern side, which will not be as much precip, but a whole lot of wind over a very broad area. Again, starting later Tuesday and on into Wednesday.
USA Radio News.
What's old is new again when it comes to Congress. They're currently trying to agree on a way to keep from shutting down over finances yet again.
Businesses across the United States are pleading with Congress to impose a contract or extend a negotiation cooling off period in order to keep the railroads running. The Biden administration warns a nationwide strike could cripple our economy. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
If it's any indicator of how the economy's going, Robert Kiyosaki, the guy who wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, sent out a tweet this past week that said, "The world economy is not a market. I believe the economy is the biggest bubble in world history. God have mercy on us all." This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 O silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 O Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 O Morgan silver dollars.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. That's our number, and lines are open here on a Tuesday morning. A lot of drivers, maybe first night back on the road after the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. For those maybe just joining us for the first time this week, I trust you had a very enjoyable Thanksgiving. As far as the Sommers residence is concerned, had a good time. Lots of food. Oh my, so we're into the holidays, right? How many pounds do we pack on between Thanksgiving and Christmas? All those holiday get-togethers. Good times, right? All right, I've already got plans. I got the 8-foot inflatable elf out in the side yard. He will be deflated later today before I hit the hay in anticipation of the winds that'll be coming in later Tuesday into Wednesday. Yeah, several outdoor Christmas decorations that I put up there Thanksgiving and Friday. I'll be taking some of those down and bringing them indoors because I don't want them to disappear. Same storm that's going to trigger severe weather across parts of the southern USA today into Wednesday, bringing a blast of high winds as cold air sweeps in from the Midwest to the Northeast. Forecasters warning this wind event may not only trigger power outages, could lead to substantial travel delays as the colder air will lead to some snow and a hard freeze-up in some locations. Now, this is the storm that will strengthen rapidly as it swings out of the Colorado Rockies tonight as we speak, overnight, Monday night into Tuesday morning, reaching toward Lake Superior by Tuesday night. They're talking plummeting barometric pressure and circulation generated by this storm, causing high winds, strong, gusty, both ahead of the front and behind the front. Those winds begin to kick up ahead of that push of colder air today over the Mississippi Valley and along the mid-Atlantic and New England coasts by Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So you see how swiftly this storm is sweeping across the country. You know, the strongest wind gusts outside, not even included in thunderstorm activity, will be right in the proximity of the cold front and in the wake of the front. Widespread areas, 40 to 60 mile per hour winds, will spread rapidly eastward from Wednesday to Wednesday night from Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, reaching the eastern seaboard, New England, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. Yes, the travel problems will be mounting with the risk of truck and trailer rollovers, low-level aircraft turbulence, flight delays. As the wind pushes water around the Great Lakes, we could see some lakeshore flooding on Lake Michigan, Erie, and Ontario. The most powerful wind gust for Chicago, St. Louis, and Pittsburgh will be Tuesday night into Wednesday afternoon, a bit further east along the I-95 corridor there from D.C. to Philly to New York and Boston. It'll be more like Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday night where you will see the strongest winds. But as this storm tracks out of the west through the Midwest, look out for the bitterly cold air from Canada working its way in. We'll see another batch where it's going to feel like suddenly we have jumped right into the dead of winter. Now, even later today, by later Tuesday afternoon, Rapid City, South Dakota, you're going to have a hard time reaching the teens for high temperatures. Should be in the lower 40s this time of year. Yeah, there will be a zone. It's a rather slender zone of snow that's going to spread from the Rockies to the Midwest overnight tonight through Tuesday night. Yeah, the highest accumulations will be in the Colorado Rockies, where we could see maybe 20 inches of snow. Denver, as I mentioned, anywhere from 1 to 6 inches of snow there. But look at those temperatures. From the 50s this past afternoon, you'll be in the 20s when the sun comes up this Tuesday morning. You will be in the single digits Tuesday night. Any areas that are wet or slushy will become a hard freeze there in the Denver metro area. So heads up. All right, who else checks in here? 53 degrees. I think we mentioned Patty, right? Zardy in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Hillbilly Tex checking in, 41 degrees, hanging on for the ride, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell off exit 81 off the big I-75. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in with 38 at this hour. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, 40 degrees here in Brownstown. Is that Illinois? At the Road Angel, Mark checks in. Freight is rather slow, according to the drivers that we talk to every day. Yeah, we've been hearing that. That's been kind of the trend. Anyway, yeah, have a great show. Thank you so much. Good to have you on board, Mark. Mary Ann says, good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe. God bless all the truckers out there. Hello to Cliff Gilligan checking in. Morning, Mr. Sommers, and all the listeners. Clear, cool here at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. 38 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. And there's the Delta Hiker listening live tonight. Maybe I'll call you later, Steve. All right, we'd look forward to that. Good to have you with us live and in Technicolor, right? All right, Houston, Texas. What's going on? You got a citywide water outage there in Houston, Mr. Kelly? Now, he said, first of all, looks like the weather will indeed be a factor for many Tuesday and Wednesday. Look out for issues in the box between New Orleans, Houston, Dallas, and Jackson, Mississippi. That whole area is already waterlogged. So it was not going to take a whole lot of precip to see some ponding on I-20, 10, 12, and 45. Here at TNCRadio.live, we broadcast live 24/7 from Houston, home of the #1 ranked Houston Cougar basketball team, the World Series champion Astros, and according to some rumors, an NFL team. However, no one's seen a Houston pro football team in several years. Either way, coming up, no pun intended. Tuesday morning, catch Monday evening's broadcast of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Cortman right after the overnight drive, TNCRadio.live. Then join Ron Frazier from TFC Global, 2 hours of Truckers Life Radio. Ron challenges drivers to make the right choices even when nobody's watching. And we'll update the weather situation on the morning grind, of course. So all the drivers, be safe, be healthy. Thank you, and stay tuned. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Yeah, Houston, I've come across the story. Bloomberg this past day, they were given an update. Citywide water outage on Monday. They explain apparently from the failure of a couple of electrical transformers at a key treatment complex that prevented officials from turning on backup generators. That water outage shuttered schools, delayed surgeries, forced some restaurants and other businesses to close their doors in the fourth largest U.S. city yesterday. It may actually stretch into today, Tuesday, given that the initial results of safety test will not be known until it'd be 4 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock Houston time this morning, so several hours from now. Water pressure in the city's distribution network fell below levels required to ensure that it's safe to drink. Starting Sunday, after a transformer blew at a major water treatment complex, according to the mayor, when a backup transformer also blinked off, the city was unable to feed generator power to the plant. The mayor described the backup glitch as a very unique yet unfortunate situation, you think? Within a half hour of the transformer failures, pressure readings at 16 monitoring stations dropped below 20 pounds per square inch, which they say is the minimum level required under state regulations to ensure your water would be free of harmful bacteria and other contaminants. Transformers are crucial gear in electrical systems because they modulate the voltage to make it safe for commercial, industrial, and residential use. Now, when the environmental regulators looked at the data, they said a boil water order had to be issued. The mayor had hoped such an order would not be needed because the low pressure readings only lasted for several minutes at most of the monitoring stations. Anyway, water samples collected this past morning arrived at the city's laboratory about 9:45 Houston time, and they require at least 18 hours of incubation before the first results can actually be ascertained, which that again is coming up 3 o'clock Houston time this morning, about 3 hours from now. The power failure at Houston's East Water Purification Plant was limited to isolated parts of the complex. They do say an investigation is underway. Houston Public Works gave an interview this past day. High-rise office towers telling tenants that fire suppression and air conditioning systems would not be impacted by that boil order. The water outages, though, spread beyond the city limits there in Houston, prompting school closures in some of the suburban districts that rely on municipal supplies. Governor Abbott there in Texas has dispatched environmental testing teams to assist Houston in restoring the potable water system. After consultations with the mayor, we are working to fulfill the city's request to help with rapid turnaround of our water sample tests. We urge those that the boil water notice affects to continue heeding that guidance and take precautions when you're boiling and using water there in Houston. So kind of an oddity, closing out the Thanksgiving weekend and getting back to school and back to work on Monday there in the Houston area. To your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Jump on in. Hey, lots to cover. First, let's get to your calls, as promised, though. Been a while since horse feathers first out of the box. Hey, what day is it?
Hey! It's not, hey, Mike day.
Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, believe it or not, tomorrow it will be 24 hours from now.
Yeah, last week it might have been, but we never did figure out where we were supposed to do it last week, so I don't know. But anyway, so to get back to that plane issue you talked about last night there in Montgomery County, the Gaithersburg area here in Maryland, I guess the rescue was still under operation while you were doing your show. It took them like 5 or 6 hours to be able to get the 2 occupants out of the plane who were fully conscious and aware of where they were. And I guess the pilot thought that it might be a little unstable being over 100 feet in the air, stuck in the structure of that power tower, and thought he might try to get out. And I think once he started moving around, they said the plane started to shift a little bit, and they advised him he'd just better sit still. But yeah, it was still by the 6 o'clock news yesterday evening there. It was still in process of being cleaned up, and that they did have the plane to the ground by that point, but they had to bring in some tall cherry pickers there. They didn't use, by the looks of it, they didn't use any fire apparatus to do the rescue. It looked like it was all done by the power company, but there was two sets of lines, and they clipped one set of lines and ended up in the tower in the other set of lines. So I believe they might have been in energized lines at the time. And they said there was over 120,000 people without power there at one point because of that incident. So nice way to start your first week after your Thanksgiving weekend there, right? With no power.
No doubt.
So anyways, I heard some mention on a news clip there on another radio station I was listening to earlier this evening. It said something about a football player having issues down there and trying to come out of Florida or something. Did you have any information on that whatsoever? Didn't know.
I'm not sure. I mean, I did see a headline about, I can't recall the name. Who was it?
I missed it. I just, I don't pay enough attention to football to even know one player from another anymore. So that's why I was asking you. I just didn't know what happened. It sounded like there was some issue at an airport or something. He got detained in an airport.
He got escorted off the plane. I'll pull it up. I'm trying to remember. Was it Odell something or other?
Okay.
I don't know what he did, but I mean, he made it sound like he'd never experienced anything like this before. I guess being a big NFL star and whatnot, you can't treat me that way. So.
Oh, is that what it is? All right. So, anyways, there, I did see a little thing on Facebook there about a red truck there by the fireplace. Do you have any information about what's going on with this red truck? I heard it was pretty special or something there.
I put that together. I had to go up to get me some replacement bulbs for my Christmas lights, and I saw that little red metal truck. It was empty, and I thought, the princess, her daddy had a red truck just like that when they were kids for many, many years, and that red truck is just something special to him. And I put together, I found some decoration stuff. I said, man, that'll go right in the back of that truck. And then it had some lights on it, and added some pine cones and ornaments to it. And she loved it. Looks good right there in front of the fireplace.
I was going to say the picture looked pretty spiffy there. So a big attaboy to you there for that one there, and good find there. So
I got brownie points for that yesterday.
I would hope so. I would hope so. Maybe even a little more than just brownies, right? But anyways, there. But I don't know. Other than that, things are getting quiet here. So they said the big day for us is probably start Wednesday morning there, somewhere around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning there. Rain and everything's supposed to be here all the way through the daylight hours and into the evening, and then, but the whole thing's supposed to pass through here in the daytime there, not too much overnight for us. So if anybody going to be out here on the East Coast, Mid-Atlantic, and that, I guess that's according to our weather predictor there from that gets, I guess he goes to the AccuWeather gods to get his information from. But other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot going on. There's a lot of tears being spilt here in Baltimore there over the big loss there. The end of the game there, I guess it was Jacksonville they played or something, and where they thought they had it wrapped up, and then Jacksonville came back and scored the same exact touchdown with the 2-point conversion at the end to win the game, and then they thought they might be able to pull off a 67-yard field goal. Did you see that, Your Honor, Baltimore? That kicker there, the one that never misses there, he tried to get himself a 67-yard field goal, and it was dead on straight by the looks of it, but just a few yards short there.
Didn't have the distance. Yeah.
I don't know if he would have had 62 or 63, but didn't quite have 67 in his foot. So, but anyways, I guess we'll let you go with that and see what else we can get going this morning.
All right. Do you recognize the name Odell Beckham? Like you said, I'm not big up to speed on the football players, but that's the guy that had to be removed from the plane. Apparently, the plane was taxiing. They tell you have to put your seatbelts on, right? Well, okay. He wasn't responding to orders, and they say he appeared to be kind of coming in and out of consciousness, so they thought that he might have a health issue. And the pilot, they turned the plane around and pissed everybody off, and I guess he wasn't real happy about being taken off the plane like that as well. So, that's the scoop. NFL free agent Odell Beckham Jr. removed from the aircraft before takeoff at Miami International Airport. He failed to respond to requests to buckle his seatbelt and appeared to be unconscious. Fearing that he had some serious health issues, that his condition might get worse during what would be a 5-hour flight, crew members called for police and fire rescue. I guess this was like 9:30 in the morning, Sunday. As we tried to wake Beckham to fasten his seatbelt, he appeared to be coming in and out of consciousness. So this was a flight from Miami headed to Los Angeles. They had to return to the gate. And one passenger in the business class said, I recognized Beckham before we boarded the flight. And he kind of recorded him being taken off the plane. So that was, Beckham was obviously in first class. But okay. It is 844-844-3388. All right, news break just ahead. So we'll hold off on Heat Wave. We'll be checking in. Looks like 5-7 is on board and room for you. Hawaii. When you live on a volcano, even though it's a so-called dormant volcano, but it was still active, there's always the possibility of an eruption. And that was the Big Island. As we were live this past morning, Monday morning, waves of orange glowing lava and smoky ash belting, sputtering from the world's largest active volcano. Its first eruption in 38 years, though. Officials have told people living on the Big Island of Hawaii, be prepared in the event of a worst-case scenario. We're talking the Mauna Loa. The eruption of Mauna Loa was not immediately endangering towns, but the U.S. Geological Survey has warned roughly 200,000 people on the Big Island that an eruption could be very dynamic. Yeah, the location, the advance of lava flows could change rapidly. The Big Island. I'll give you more on that coming up here. First, we got top of the hour, closing out hour number one as we roll into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Walmart took the top spot among shoppers this Black Friday, according to data from Captify, dethroning last year's champ Amazon, which fell all the way to fourth place by Friday morning. It may work out better for those folks who didn't order from the online retailer this year.
Workers at the world's largest Amazon air hub are pushing to unionize over disagreements about pay. It's located at Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. The expanding air hub in Kentucky currently employs about 4,500 workers. Representatives for the workers say their average pay at less than $20 per hour is not in line with the dangers they face in their jobs. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
And existing home sales have fallen for 9 straight months. The supply of single-family homes is growing, and with mortgage rates near 7%, experts say a large-scale housing slowdown is becoming increasingly likely. New emails from early 2020 obtained via the Freedom of Information Act by reporter Jimmy Tobias show Dr. Anthony Fauci and other government bigwigs discussing what they later ridiculed as the lab leak conspiracy theory. In early 2020, Fauci floated the idea of alerting the FBI to concerns about a leak at the lab in Wuhan, China. Now China's hit a record number of new COVID cases, and over the weekend, nearly 40,000 new infections were reported in the country. Beijing has defended the zero COVID policy as necessary to save lives, but the tight grip continues to impact China's economy and has ignited residents' impatience. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for healthcare. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medishare and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medishare saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. And it really is a great community, too. People encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medishare Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The largest U.S. rail union voted down a tentative contract deal last week, which may lead to a rail strike as early as next week. Appearing on Fox Business, New York Republican Congressman Nicole Malliotakis explains why that cannot be allowed to happen.
I'm hopeful that this can be averted, and I think it's incumbent upon the White House to be working as they did in September. They put together a Band-Aid that got them through the election, but now's when the real work begins.
The Supreme Court will soon hear arguments on a lawsuit filed by attorneys generals from Texas and Louisiana on whether the Biden administration's immigration policies violate federal law. Florida AG Ashley Moody says that she supports Texas's side.
I think this is one of the most important issues facing the stability of our country and our states.
At issue is whether DHS can prioritize the arrest and deportation of illegal immigrants who pose a threat to national security or public safety. Twitter is expected to launch its delayed verified service this week. New owner Elon Musk says there will be a gold check for companies, a gray-colored one for government accounts, and the existing blue check mark for individuals. This comes after a brief launch of an $8 per month blue check was halted after several celebrity accounts were spoofed. The Indianapolis Colts host the Pittsburgh Steelers on Monday Night Football. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As far as Monday Night Football is concerned, yeah, it was the Steelers and the Colts. Steelers scored early and held on to win that game. Which, they're like 4-7 now in the season? Now looking at the AFC North, you actually got Cincinnati with their win over the weekend. Kind of tied at the top, 7-4 record. Baltimore and Cincinnati at 7-4. The Browns and the Steelers at 4-7 on the season. All right, yeah. Back to the Big Island. Officials telling residents be ready to evacuate if lava flows start headed toward the populated areas. It was late Sunday night, of course, Monday morning, our time, as a series of fairly large earthquakes. According to scientists at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory, the areas where lava is actually emerging, the volcano's summit crater and vents along the northeastern flank, are both pretty far from homes and communities, but officials urging the public to stay away, given the dangers posed by the lava, which is shooting, they say, 1 to 200 feet into the air out of 3 separate fissures, roughly estimated to be 1 to 2 miles long. Volcanic gas wafting out of the vents, primarily sulfur dioxide, is also harmful. Air quality on the Big Island, more generally, pretty good right now, but officials are monitoring the air quality very carefully. It could deteriorate while the eruption continues, which scientists expect will be maybe 1 or 2 weeks if it follows the historical patterns there on the Big Island. One lifelong resident said everyone across the island should keep track of the eruption. He said he's seen 3 eruptions in his lifetime, stressing the need for vigilance. Everybody should be a little concerned. We don't know where the flow is going to go. We don't know how long it's going to last. All right now it's just kind of entertainment for a lot of people, but the concern is the flows could reach some populated areas. But seeing the eruption, as it hasn't occurred in 38 years, it's a new experience for many residents of the Big Island, where the population has more than doubled from 92,000 in 1980. More than a third of the residents live either in the city of Kuala Kona, to the west of the volcano, about 23,000 there. Hilo to the east with about 45,000. But officials more concerned about several subdivisions about 30 miles to the south of the volcano, home to about 5,000 people. All right, now they released some time-lapse video of the eruption that started overnight last night. Lava lighting up the area, moving like waves on the ocean. Okay, the Big Island. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Well, I seen that little red truck you had up there. The princess was really pleased, and it looked really nice. You did a good job. So, hey, they're talking about the Chinese, the civilian population is starting to riot against their masters. And they're talking about the situation in Tiananmen Square.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess it was, about 40 years ago, 30 years ago? Probably 30. Anyways, if anyone travels north on 15, just past the Interstate 40 get-on there in Barstow, they have a memorial, and it has that tank with a figure in front of it, and it's kind of an everlasting testament to the idea of freedom, which unfortunately in this country there's so damn many people here that are willing to give it up to be controlled by the government. It's just absolutely amazing how this works out. So let's see what else I was going to talk about. Yeah, shoot, now I got a brain fart. What'd you do to me, man?
Hey, I saw your little post here earlier for Always Moving, who'd called in talking about fueling up a truck back in the Smoking and the Bandit days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you showed the $999.99 for 170 gallons of fuel.
Yeah, that was, had I would have thought about it, I mean, that was a picture from earlier this year. I just got fuel here about an hour and a half ago. Had I thought about it, I would have stopped it at that $78.14 range, and she could have seen just how many gallons that is now compared to what it was to fill it up back then. Ah, goodness, that's Really, I guess it was probably about what, 39, 40 cents a gallon, right about that time in '77.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Of course, then again, that's when the fuel prices started climbing up, and Edwin R. Newman, the NBC news reporter, was talking about if gasoline were to ever get to $1 a gallon, and he had the breakdown about how much money was going to go to the state, how much was going to go to the feds, and then how much was going to go to the retailer and then the supplier and whatnot. And I don't know about you, but for some odd reason, I was always had my face in the TV when it come to 5:30, and you would actually watch a news broadcast. You had hell, I can't even think of their names, and I can see them right now, but I just can't think of their names. I mean, these people actually had news to report, and they weren't biased one way or the other. They just said, here it is, boom. And it was good reporting at the time. Now it's more of a National Enquirer live on about 15 different
What do you
stations.
think? Was Walter Cronkite one of the most trusted newsmen, wasn't he, over the years?
Well, he's looked at in that aspect, but then he's also looked at as the one that, when he said the war in Vietnam is unwinnable. There's a lot of vets that were not real happy about the way, he downplayed their hard fought actions in Vietnam. So, I mean, it kind of ranks up there with Hanoi Jane Fonda. And of course, there ain't a whole lot of veterans fond of her anymore. But I mean, that was my impression at the time. And I have an uncle who was in Vietnam at the time, and to listen to him and his Marine rifle platoon, they were kicking butt and taking names whenever they were allowed to do anything. But I mean, when you fight a war that's being driven by politicians saying you can bomb on these days, you cannot bomb on these particular days, and you can only fight with your right hand while your left hand's tied behind your back. I mean, well, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, he would be one. John Brinkley was one, and then his sidekick on the NBC, I can't even think of what his name is. But I mean, those were names of people that you knew at the time and you trusted. And today people like Don Lemon.
Right.
Good night. So, wherever I get my news, it's going to be on Fox. And I know there's a lot of people outside the conservative movement that look at Fox and say, well, they're the extremist right that is promoting hatred and whatnot. To me, the Fox News seems to be giving people an equal shake. They're reporting down the middle, and all you have to do is see the actions of the newsmakers. When given a question or given a circumstance, you can see who is going to act responsibly and who's going to act like a bunch of dumbasses out there. So, yeah. But, it was, who was it? Always Moving was always talking about, the Smokey and the Bandit thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that there were 7 movies that were spawned by that first one? 7 Smokey and the Bandit movies.
I had no idea.
And then, yes. Of course, the other ones, they were just not very, well, I didn't even know they had 7. I knew they had 3. But I guess they were made all the way up until 92. And I guess they were one of those that were straight from production to the DVD, because they just, there was no advertisement about those things. So, but yeah, and then I understand that John Snyder, I guess he was he Bo Duke or Luke Duke? He's one of the Duke boys,
right,
one of the Dukes of
correct.
Hazzard.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's come out with several independently produced films that he's done. Because I guess when Hollywood found out that he was hardcore conservative, they kind of thumbed their noses at him. But he has made some films, and the latest one he's got is called To Die For. And it's about, pride in the flag and how a lot of people are just, looking at it, spitting at it, saying it ain't worth nothing, that it's, the flag of slavery and the flag of racism. From the what I've seen of the previews, I mean, I really need to get that in the other couple of movies that he's done, like Stand On It, the homage to Smokey and the Bandit. And then he's got a couple other movies I'd really like to get and see, but you can only order them online. So, but, well, I tell you what, before I go, I'm getting close to the yard here. You mind if I give you a Taco Tuesday funny?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, will we laugh?
I hope so. I just got dinged from somebody. It's probably telling me, please don't. So anyways, little Johnny is in the classroom, and the teacher is asking the class a question. Oh, they're dinging again. Good night. And he said, teacher says, what is the difference between a prostitute, a fiancé, and a wife? No one had the answer. Finally, little Johnny raised his hand. The teacher looked up to the heavens like, oh, no, what is he going to say? So she picks him, says, Johnny, do you have the answer? And he says, yes, ma'am. It's prepaid, postpaid, and unlimited. Boom, boom.
That works.
So anyways, all righty, senor, we will talk to you later. You have yourself a good morning.
Prepaid, postpaid, and yeah, I can vouch for the unlimited. I don't know. Are some folks thinking some sort of a little conspiracy? What? WTF? Kevin posted earlier. 747, a plane, 747, 300 U.S. soldiers making an emergency landing. Plane was headed from Kansas to Poland. Atlas cargo plane. Had they not made an emergency landing, we would have never known. It's so I guess kind of questioning I'm just assuming it was a routine transport of military personnel, but yeah, from Fox, Chicago, a Boeing 747 aircraft carrying military personnel forced to make an emergency landing at O'Hare Monday afternoon. In the air for just shy of an hour after departing Topeka, plane touched down in Chicago 3:49 p.m. after crew members were alerted to a scare in the cargo department. Originally headed for Poland, officials with Chicago Fire said the plane's sensor notified crew of a possible fire. Emergency responders were awaiting the plane's arrival, inspecting it soon as it landed safely. Sky Fox was over the scene, capturing a huge emergency response on the tarmac. The military members on board were evacuated. Officials say no fire was found, no injuries. Atlas Air released a statement which simply says, we can confirm the flight landed safely after receiving an indication of a potential abnormality in the cargo department soon after departure from Topeka. The crew followed all standard procedures, safely diverted to Chicago as a precautionary measure. Chicago authorities inspected the aircraft upon arrival, determined the aircraft was safe for all passengers to deplane. Our team is investigating the cause and will work to safely return the aircraft to service. That's pretty much all they're saying, but I'm assuming a routine, maybe a changing of personnel for those in Poland. All right, 21 past the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I did find one quick blurb. It is simply a blurb from Yahoo that said, flight carrying 300 soldiers makes emergency landing at O'Hare. The soldiers were part of the 2nd Armored Brigade combat team and were headed to Poland to assist NATO troops. Pretty simple. All right, it's 844-3388. Well, I guess they said, well, not in this town. 2 men attempted a broad daylight theft at an Alabama Tractor Supply store on Black Friday. But some customers weren't having a bit of it, including one customer that pulled out his gun and blew out at least one of the tires on the getaway vehicle. Witnesses said the 2 men were trying to steal merchandise. Tractor Supply store in Theodore, Alabama. Friday morning, about 15 minutes southwest of Mobile. Ryan Maxey and his fiancee were in the store's parking lot when they heard shots after 2 men loaded up a shopping cart of unpaid merchandise. I was trying to call 911 while we were seeing what's going on, he explains. Witnesses tell WPMI a customer pulled one of the suspects out of the getaway SUV. The other suspect, Troy Brown, was able to take off in the vehicle, but was stopped when a different customer shot out at least one of the vehicle's tires. They kind of beat on each other inside the car. The guy was trying to hit the driver's hands so he wouldn't start the car. Unfortunately, he was able to get it started and floored it back, so the guy had to step back so he didn't get hit. When he floored it back, he came out this entrance and went to the light right there and hit a U-turn. Kind of did a couple of donuts in the road. Police soon found the getaway vehicle abandoned on Highway 90 at the I-10 entrance with at least one flat tire. As other witnesses said, police eventually found Brown. Brown and Priest booked into the Mobile Metro Jail, being charged with 3rd-degree felony theft. Both suspects were in the jail Monday morning, but they say, hey, everybody's walking around with guns in Theodore. He shared some advice for crooks who want to try their luck in his neck of the woods. Don't come to Theodore and rob a Tractor Supply without knowing the person's going to have a gun. Everyone's walking around with guns in Theodore, Alabama. So he says. I kind of shared that because I had the story we didn't get to last evening. Of course, the horrific Walmart shooting. 6 people inside a Chesapeake, Virginia store last Tuesday night, which occurred just over 3 years after the massive department store chain barred customers from openly carrying handguns for self-defense. September 3 of 2019, Breitbart News reported Walmart issued a ban forbidding customers from openly carrying handguns, even in states where carry is legal. CNBC noted Walmart was putting up signage in their stores, making clear the open carry of guns is not allowed. Walmart's CEO at the time announced the open carry ban. We believe the opportunity for someone to misinterpret a situation, even in open carry states, could lead to tragic results. We hope everyone understands the circumstances that led to this new policy and will respect the concerns of their fellow shoppers and associates. Openly carrying a handgun is a popular way of keeping a pistol or revolver close at hand for self-defense, as we all know. Back in May of last year, South Carolina actually became the 46th state to legalize openly carrying handguns. Prior to that, 2015, Governor Abbott in Texas signed open carry legislation, making Texas the 45th state to legalize. So undoubtedly, the Walmart employee, as it turned out to be, that entered that store, taking out fellow co-workers, knew where nobody was going to be carrying a weapon there. News break time on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
What's old is new again when it comes to Congress. They're currently trying to agree on a way to keep from shutting down over finances yet again.
Businesses across the United States are pleading with Congress to impose a contract or extend a negotiation cooling off period in order to keep the railroads running. The Biden administration warns a nationwide strike could cripple our economy. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
If it's any indicator of how the economy's going, Robert Kiyosaki, the guy who wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, sent out a tweet this past week that said, "The world economy is not a market. I believe the economy is the biggest bubble in world history. God have mercy on us all." This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call Government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. detergents. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, had a couple of other friends checking in via YouTube, Facebook. Good to have you on board. Kevin says, morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Hope everybody had a safe Thanksgiving and have a good week coming up here. Hello, Dingbat. She says, hey, it's Dingbat. Brain Dead's asleep right now. He's off tonight because we're getting the stitches out later Tuesday morning. I don't know what's next after I get the stitches out, but just an update. Hope everybody's having a great night. Drive safe. Love, Dingbat and Brain Dead. Thank you. Jeff, good morning, or maybe good night, depends, I suppose. At the Home 20. Be safe to all out there. Let's see. P-Rags checks in. The reason for the 40,000 COVID people was because they had a digital passport. And they were protested because a bunch of people burned up in a building that had the doors welded shut. They're in the commie government of China. That's, talking about the protests there. Yes, there was, the protest really intensified as there was a building fire. Of course, you don't really get a lot of accurate or confirmable news out of China. The locals were saying with these zero COVID policies, the lockdowns, that when they lock a building down, they actually make it block the doors. I don't know if they weld them or what, but you can't get out of the building. Apparently there was a fire, 10 people burned to death in a fire that some of the locals said the people couldn't get out. I think China's trying to deny the fact that the building was locked down like that, but who knows? But that's, speaking of the protest, let me flip the page over here. Latest out of Shanghai. Barely a month after granting himself new powers as China's potential leader for life, Xi Jinping is facing a wave of anger, the kind not seen for decades, sparked by his zero COVID strategy that will soon be entering year number 4. It all started in Wuhan, right? Demonstrators pouring into the streets over the weekend. Cities including Shanghai and Beijing criticizing the policy, confronting police, even calling for Xi Jinping to step down. This past day, demonstrators gathered in the semi-autonomous southern city of Hong Kong, where the pro-democracy movement was all but snuffed out by the crackdown. Following months-long demonstrations back in 2019, we all recall, students at the Chinese University of Hong Kong chanting, "Oppose dictatorship," in shouts of "Freedom, freedom." Floral tributes laid in the central district that had been the epicenter of the previous protest. But these widespread demonstrations are unprecedented since the army crushed the 1989 student-led pro-democracy movement in Tiananmen Square. Most protesters focused their anger on the restrictions that confine families to their homes, oftentimes for months, and have been criticized as neither scientific nor effective. Some complain the system is failing to respond to their needs. The cries, though, for the resignation of Xi and the end of the Communist Party that's ruled China for 73 years could be deemed sedition, which is punishable by prison. In response, police in Shanghai using pepper spray to drive away demonstrators, dozens detained in police sweeps, taken away in police vans and buses. China's vast internal security apparatus is also famed for identifying people they consider to be troublemakers. They pick them up later when nobody's really watching. Now, the possibility of more protests not clear. Government censors scrubbing the internet of any videos or messages that support the protesters. Analysts say unless divisions emerge, the Communist Party should be able to contain the dissent. China's stringent measures were originally accepted to minimize deaths from COVID, while other countries suffered devastating waves of infections. But the consensus in China has begun to fray in recent weeks, while the ruling party says anti-COVID measures should be targeted and precise and cause the least possible disruption to people's lives. Local officials are threatened with losing their job or other punishment if an outbreak actually occurs. So they're responding by imposing quarantines and other restrictions that protesters say exceed what the central government actually allows. Xi Jinping's unelected government doesn't seem to be too concerned with the hardships brought on by their policies. Back in the spring, millions of Shanghai residents were placed under a strict lockdown that resulted in food shortages, restricted access to medical care. Nevertheless, in October, the city's party secretary, a Xi Jinping loyalist, was actually appointed to the Communist Party's number 2 position. All right, back to the phones we go. But that is China. And I saw numerous reports this past day that even people trying to share things on Twitter, you don't get a lot in China. Things are censored, things are monitored, and trying to prevent any sort of video from emerging from the country. They don't want the rest of the world to see. That's China. Good morning, Peppy. How's your week starting out?
Oh, Steve. I wonder if Brain Dead will let me steal his handle for tonight. So it was like 2009, 2010. We went to 12-hour shifts. As a result of the 12-hour shifts and the hours we work, we get a Kelly day every 6 weeks, and we usually take a vacation day the day after, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm up at the district today, Steve, and one of the guys on my squad calls me, and he says, "Hey, Sarge, we got a DOA out here I need to tell you about." He goes, "But ain't today your Kelly day?" Steve, have you ever went to work on a day that you weren't supposed to be there?
I'm thinking back. There was a time or two that I actually showed up. I showed up, and the co-host showed up, and it said, "Don't you remember you made arrangements?" I said, "Oh, son of a." So I went home.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, that's what I did. I turned around and came home, Steve. Oh, man. Maybe it's just this age catching up with me. I don't know. But, hey, listen, man, China ain't going to mess around, Steve. I don't know. You talked about these so-called police might be going around and rounding up some of these demonstrators.
Yep.
They might never be seen again.
And,
you remember that story?
The number of the cameras, China. I mean, you think we have a lot of monitoring here? They've got the cameras and they've got the facial recognition stuff over there. They monitor everything the people do,
and it's heading our way. I don't know if you remember that story I told you. I don't know, several months ago when the old man was stationed over in China on a gunboat in 1937. Walking through the streets of Shanghai, a Chinese man stole some apples off a cart. A Chinese soldier came riding up on his horse and whacked his arm off with a sword. Kept on riding, Steve. No paperwork, no nothing. Just kept on riding and left that man laying there. And, I know it's not 1937, but it's still the Communist Chinese Party in control over there. Hey, let's talk about Cronkite here for a minute, Steve, if you don't mind. If Cronkite didn't say it, Steve, it didn't happen. That's just the way it was back then in the late 60s, 70s. We had 3 news medias, right? And for the most part, they were pretty straight up. And I beg to differ with Heatwave just a little bit when Cronkite made that comment about the Vietnam War. It wasn't directed at the soldiers, so to speak, right? But Nixon made a comment. He said, hey, if I lost Cronkite, I lost the American people. And that's pretty much why they decided, that's straight up why they decided to kind of pull out of Vietnam. So, yeah, man, I remember every night, Steve, he would give the totals, on the numbers killed over in Vietnam. There were some nights it was 3 dead in Vietnam, 6 dead, 12 dead or something. I remember at the time, I'm a teenager, I don't know much better, but I'm thinking, that don't sound like a whole lot of people. What's the big deal? Being a stupid kid, But as it turns out, we all know that, we lost over 50,000 American souls over there. So, Steve, I didn't, I just heard about this water electric problem
in
with
Houston
with the water plant.
Yeah.
What's so literally you talking about it is the first I heard about it. So you said there was some transformers that malfunctioned or something that's causing this?
Correct.
Makes me wonder a little bit. You know what I'm saying? What caused them to malfunction, Steve? I hope they're not the big ones, because they're hard to come by.
The investigation is underway, they say, right?
Yeah. We'll see what happens with that.
Well, while we're on that topic, because I was going to touch on this as well, I thought you'd be kind of keen on this. We're hearing and seeing they're releasing the satellite video and whatnot of Ukraine in the dark because Russia's attacking their power grid, right? Well,
Yes,
today, Secretary of State Blinken will announce new assistance to help restore Ukraine's power transmission ability. Blinken arrived in Romania Monday evening ahead of meetings with NATO allies. Now, the U.S. official who briefed reporters said Washington's been working with their utilities here in the U.S. and our hardware providers and with European nations to locate equipment to help restore high voltage transmission stations. So we're going to go to our inventories, kind of like we've been doing with some of our, is it the Stinger missile supply that we've really, really depleted? And several others. We're going to send some of our, I guess, transformers and transmission capabilities, equipment to Ukraine. We're getting ourselves more and more backed into a corner.
Ain't this special, Steve? Steve, man, I mean, we talked about this, man. Some of these big, large transformers, it can take 5-6 years
to get them. Yep.
Most of the parts, Steve, come from China. Imagine that. So, yeah, they want to take what little we got and send it over there. So, yeah, hey, as long as nothing happens over here, and everything goes smoothly here for the next 10 years, not a problem. But if something happens over here, just like if something happens with our oil, some major thing go wrong, hurricane come through, knock out some refineries down there in the Gulf or something.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't think ahead.
Well, whatever kind of equipment it would take to help restore high voltage transmission stations. Yeah, I think these are the big transformers. They said in Ukraine, they're out there. They're not in buildings. They're actually kind of out in the open, and they're using missiles to take out those big transformers.
Yes, sir. We got many of them right around here in the United States, man. We got, one right out here in Whitewater Township, Steve. It's not a huge one, but it's at least they got barbed wire fence, big barbed wire fence around this thing.
But they're all out in the wide, in little substations and whatnot, right? They're all out. They're all out in the open. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, check out Brazil, Steve. You're talking about the demonstrations and chaos in China. Check out Brazil while you're at it. Just do a Google on that, maybe bring up some articles.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, Steve, Smoking the Bandit came out in 1977. And, man, I remember seeing that in the movie theater, and everybody coming out of that movie theater getting in their cars in the parking lot, man, it was like Daytona 500 going on. Heck of a movie. Obviously, Jackie Gleason made that movie, man. Steve, I'm wanting to say gas was 35 cents a gallon. Back before I bought I had a 75 Chevy Camaro. Back before I got that, I had a Datsun B210. Remember them?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, a little Datsun B210. $4 would fill that thing up, Steve.
Yep.
And I'd go for 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Times have changed.
I remember $5 would get me nearly a full tank of gas. Those were the days.
Yeah. Hey, one real quick thing, I'll get off of here. The open carry, not real fond of it, Steve. I'm not saying that people don't have a right to do it, but I'm not fond of this open carry. I don't like to advertise, to somebody else, hey, he's got a gun. You might think it'd be a deterrent. My thought is, if they're really intent to do something and they know you got a gun, you're going to be the first one targeted. So you won't carry it, conceal it, my view. But ain't that something that the massacre in that bar, right? That I know you talked about it, but the suspect will call him.
Non-binary, them, they individual.
Yeah. Yep. News media, not a word, Steve.
He's a part of their community.
Yep. Once they found this out, they shut it down, Steve. Not a word. 60 Minutes didn't even bring it up on their broadcast on Sunday. Imagine that. So, again, believe absolutely nothing coming out of the mainstream media. Nothing. Nothing they say, believe it until it's backed up with hard evidence. So, all right, my man. I think I'm going to enjoy the rest of my night off, man. I got tomorrow off. Took off vacation. Wednesday, Thursday is an off day, so I'm not due back till Friday. So.
All right.
I'll be able to hunker down when this windstorm hits. Won't have to deal with it out there.
Yep, I already unplugged the 8-foot elf out in the side yard. It's down. Got a couple things I'm gonna bring in later today and get ready for the wind. All right. We'll take it to the top of the hour. We got a few minutes here. Captain Ron checks in here on a Tuesday. Hey, you missed out on your favorite day of the week.
Happy Mom. I can't say that today, can I?
No.
I've been off since Wednesday night. Man, it's rough getting back to work tonight. So I hear you got your Christmas lights up.
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, it rained, let's see, what was that, day before yesterday? And mine wouldn't stay on, so I guess I got some water getting to them somewhere. They're back up and running tonight. It seems to happen all the time. I can't ever find where the water gets in.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, yeah, it was a good Thanksgiving, good football games. Of course, my Wolverines destroyed the Ohio Buckeyes, but I've never been a fan of that ranking system that they've got. It always seems like they put Ohio up higher than they should be, and they love Alabama being up on number one. I don't know. We had a kind of a soft schedule too, but I think Ohio had a little bit harder time getting past those easy teams than we did. But yet they were always ranked higher than Michigan. But I don't know. I think their coach was really way off because they were playing like Corum, our good running back. Probably, I'm hoping Heisman Trophy winner, but he wasn't even in the game, and they were playing like he was going to be the one running. The other running back is an outside running back. He doesn't do well on going through the middle of the line. And I think that's where Ohio messed up. I thought it was kind of sad that they couldn't stop a one-armed running back.
Right.
Whatever. It was a great win. But I was listening to the last night's show, and you was talking about that big barefoot gas pedal. I had one of those. But what I haven't heard you talk about was the little one that went over the dimmer light switch over on the floorboard. Did you ever see those?
I don't recall that, no. I remember the little dimmer light switch on the left side with your foot for the bright lights, yeah.
Right. Well, they had one of them little bare feet that was about 3 inches long and about 2 inches wide. I had that, and I had a under the dash Craco 8-track stereo and an FM converter. Man, that was the greatest thing since sliced bread, I think.
How about that?
I was styling. But I think Pappy was right. I think gas was around 35 cents around Smokey and the Bandit days. I remember paying 25. That was when I was like 15. That would have been 75-ish, 74, when I was on motorcycle days.
Yeah.
Running the little motorcycle around. But I heard on the news that the price of oil is down to $81 for the West Texas. Is that right?
I hadn't been paying much attention to oil prices, but I can pull that up in short order.
I think it was down to like $81. But we'll see. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was going to be going up.
Well, West Texas at 78.36. Brent crude at 84.49. Yeah, they are kind of down.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're dropping so fast. I mean, I'll take it, but I just don't understand. I thought we was going to be hitting that 2 million barrel increase or decrease. I mean, so I don't know. But, well, that's all I got for the night. I see you're about at the top of the hour, so
got our news break
good talking
coming up.
to you.
Thank you for checking
Thanks
in.
for taking my call.
You got it. Thanks for listening. There you go. He is correct. All right. News break time. Close out hour number 2. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
On Monday, President Biden hosted this year's American Nobel Prize winners for a congratulatory visit. That was followed by Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre announcing the news, which became the story.
Today, President Biden met with 3 U.S. winners of the 2022 Nobel Prize. Dr. Caroline Bertozzi, who won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, Dr. John Clauser, who won the Nobel Prize in Physics, and Dr. Douglas Diamond, who won the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences.
In the same town where a condo building exploded 2 weeks ago, another major event has impacted residents of a suburban area outside our nation's capital. Fortunately, this time around, the biggest tragedy was that many had to go much of the day Monday without power.
The Federal Aviation Administration said a single-engine plane, which had departed White Plains, New York, crashed into a power line tower in Gaithersburg, Maryland, Sunday evening. 2 men in their 60s were trapped atop the tower roughly 100 feet above the ground for about 7 hours. The 2 were rescued in the early hours of Monday morning. Witness William Smouse on ABC 7 Chicago.
We can see the light in the cockpit of the cell phone from the pilot. We did hear that they called in to say they were okay. So it's pretty scary.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The U.S. Soccer Federation posted a picture of the Iranian flag without the Islamic Republic emblem on social media. The post comes amid months of anti-government protests. Now, an Iranian soccer officials calling on FIFA to issue a penalty against U.S. soccer. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Mexico's homicide rate has tripled since 2006 when an intensification of the government's war on drug cartels triggered a spiral of violence, from 9.6 murders per 100,000 inhabitants to 28 in 2021. The number of people going missing has also increased sharply, from 265 in 2006 to 10,386 15 years later, and now totals 108,000 since records began in 1964. Now at one morgue in southern Mexico alone, thousands of bones of unidentified people encapsulate the crisis of a forensic system overwhelmed by violent crime. Walmart took the top spot among shoppers this Black Friday, according to data from Captify, dethroning last year's champ Amazon, which fell all the way to fourth place Friday morning.
Workers at the world's largest Amazon air hub are pushing to unionize over disagreements about pay. It's located at Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. Representatives for about 4,500 workers say their average pay at less than $20 per hour is not in line with the dangers they face in their jobs. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back another hour underway. As we close out a Monday, work our way into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start, right on the heels of the long Thanksgiving weekend. There you go. A couple of our industry headlines. Obviously, you've been hearing in the news breaks the president calling on Congress. Do it now, I guess. Do it now. Pass the legislation to avoid a rail shutdown. Congress should act immediately to adopt the tentative agreement between railroad workers and operators without any modification or delay to avert a potentially crippling national rail shutdown, Biden said this past day. Nancy Pelosi pretty much says the House will follow suit immediately. This week, the House will take up the bill adopting the tentative agreement with no poison pills, no changes to the negotiated terms. We will send it to the Senate. It is my hope that this necessary strike-averting legislation will earn strong bipartisan support, giving families confidence in our commitment to protecting their financial futures. So again, pretty much, I guess, long story short, whatever was negotiated back in September, which was not ratified now by 4 of the 12 unions, the rail unions, pretty much going to, I guess that's essentially telling those 4 unions, this is what you get. You know, take it or leave it, but that's it. And we kind of touched on last evening, if you don't show up for work, you'll find, potentially, I guess you'll find yourself in a similar situation that the air traffic controllers found themselves in, with more than 11,000 of them losing their jobs back in, what was it, 80 whatever, under Ronald Reagan at the time. So looks like that's the way it's going to go. Next on the list, well, here comes a new year just around the corner, and here comes, well, of course, another price increase. A significant toll hike will go into effect on the PA Turnpike. Officials say that a 5% toll rate increase will go in effect on January the 8th at 12:01 a.m. After that increase, the most common toll for a Class 5 tractor-trailer will go from $13.70 to $14.40. For Easy Pass, it'll go from $28 to $29.40 for the toll by plate. August of this year, the PA Turnpike Commission approved the 5% toll increase for all Easy Pass and toll by plate customers. It's worth noting, they said, even with these ongoing annual increases, our per mile toll rate continues to be below the midline compared with rates of other tolling agencies around the country. Yeah, anyway, this will be the 15th year in a row, 15th year in a row that you've seen increases on the PA Turnpike. But, you know, you truck drivers, you're all rich. You got plenty of money. What the? Hello, 5-7.
Well, good morning. Sorry about the drop-off. I'm back on my money run up to Charleston, so it means I got to, run through the swamp. And right now, hopefully I'm getting a good signal. I'm going through the Bonnie Dunes swamp right now. I'm holding out of it. I just want to... I just had to call at the top of the hour. It was funny. You got an economist that was talking about the economy and the big bubble. And when you got an economist that said, God have mercy on us, I guess things are going to get rough. But that's one little thing. The other thing I want to tell, a little thing about the railroad unions, and buddying up with the Democrats there. Preacher, I heard that story with old boy come walking up to a creek and he's saying a rattlesnake there. And rattlesnake kicked up and said, buddy, could you carry me across that creek? Get me to the other side. I said, my babies are over there. And that old boy said, I ain't going to pick you up, you'll bite me. He said, no, I need to get on the other side of this creek and get there to my babies. Have a little mercy on me. Make it short, he picks up that old rattlesnake, puts it around his neck, and he treads knee-deep through that water, raging water, he gets on the other side, gets ready to put the snake down. As soon as he puts the snake down, the snake bites him. He looks down and he says, I thought you said you weren't going to fight me. And the snake looks up and said, hey, what can I do? I'm a rattlesnake. What do you expect?
Right.
So you want to mess with Democrats, and you don't think you're going to get bit. You know, these are the same people that you really don't even want your. They don't even want the railroads to exist. They don't want anything to exist that they consider. You know, you putting your railroad tracks down through the woods. You know, they don't want that to exist. I mean, you've got environmentalists, and then you've got industrials or unions. So, I'm sorry, boys. It's just the way it is. We'll see what happens. It sounds a whole lot like slavery to me. When you have to go to work, you don't have a choice. Your master is telling you to go to work or go hungry. Finally, when honoring something, when Pappy was talking about issues, I still remember this report. A woman was at a Black Lives Matter, had her sons with her, and was 1 minute, and this is her words, she was going down, and, they were yelling, wrap them up in a blanket, fry them like bacon, whole 9 yards. And then somewhere, I think it was in Houston, there was a shooter, and she got hit in the leg and fell to the ground. The police officers nearby that were escorting the group grabbed her up and got her in behind an automobile with her sons. And the shooter was still shooting. And then they told her sons to get her around down that alley and how to get her to help or down to a hospital and stay out of the line of sight. And I think what was neat is what this woman said. 1 minute I'm protesting these police officers. The next minute they were putting their life between me and the shooter.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the greatest compliment you can possibly get from anybody. And I think every police officer needs to hear that. And other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip. And like the economist said, God have mercy on us all. Over and out. It's 5-7.
All right. Have a good morning. There you go. Yeah. The biggest bubble in world history, I believe you said. Could be correct. All right, boy. The things you may find screening the baggage over the holiday weekend. A TSA officer shocked to find a family's pet stowed away inside a checked bag at JFK Airport in New York over the weekend. According to the spokesperson, it was a kitty cat. Orange cat, Smells is his name. Spotted as the luggage went through the x-ray unit. Yeah, the traveler said the cat actually belonged to someone else in the household. Like they didn't know it was in the bag. I don't know. Maybe the kids wanted the kitty to go along and put it in the bag, is what the TXA spokesperson said. Smells was returned safely and enjoyed Thanksgiving at his home in Brooklyn. Apparently, Smells was planning to chase after a big mouse he heard was running around Disney World, because that's where they were headed. If you have any questions about what you can or cannot bring, TSA has a list of items you can pack in your carry-on as well as your checked baggage. Had they not spotted that kitty cat, though, I'm assuming, I don't know if he would he have made it in the cargo hold? Would he have survived up there? All right, so glad they found Smells the kitty cat. And one final industry headline, the American Transportation Research Institute calling on you, the drivers, to weigh in on the negative impact of predatory truck towing on the industry. That's been a big issue for years. In a press release this past day, the American Transportation Research Institute requesting that truck drivers and carriers comment on predatory towing in the industry after identifying the issue as a top research priority earlier this year. Data on the issue will be collected via a short survey. Survey will ask drivers and carriers about the types of predatory towing they encounter the most, what types of fees or delays you would consider to be predatory, and which states you've experienced these sort of issues. The survey will also look for you to answer more detailed questions about the frequency of the towing and its impact on trucking operations. We all know that predatory towing is an issue, but until now, there's been no real analysis of how, when, and where it happens, or the impact of legislation designed to regulate these predatory practices. By participating in the data-driven research, carriers will be helping to answer these questions so we can outline some solutions. Predatory tow. Yeah, you've seen tow bills, thousands and thousands of dollars. It is 844-844-3388. Back into.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, there you go. Lines available. Jump on in. Hey, Cyber Monday may have ended, but it was Cyber Week. It continues to be Cyber Week at hotshotsecret.com. Got a couple days left. This is the 29th, right? You've got today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Today and tomorrow to get in on the deals. Biggest sale of the year through November 30th. Yeah, the more you spend, the more you buy, the more free Stiction Eliminator you'll get. Any order of $80 or more, you get a 16-ounce Stiction Eliminator tossed in for free. $150 purchase or more, a 32-ounce free. $250 or more purchase, a 64-ounce Stiction Eliminator tossed in. Any order of $400 plus gets a free gallon of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator tossed in. 1 gallon free. It's Cyber Week, and again, it only continues today and Wednesday. And meanwhile, Dan checks in. Hey there, Dan. Good to hear from you. What's happening?
Oh, well, a couple things. One of the things was Biden can actually take, under the Taft-Hartley Act, he can order an 80-day cooling off period. And, of course, being just I don't even know how you describe how bad he is or what, this is an example of him trying to put it off on Congress I mean, he shirked every responsibility he's had probably from the day he hit the earth. So, I mean, I just find that they're going to do this, and I don't know legally if this is going to be able to, this woke gift to the woke corporations. I don't know if they're going to be able to, this will sustain a court, will be able to hold up against the court challenge. And really, as 57 said, calling this slaves, well, that is. It's not much different than China. So, forcing people to go to work and taking away their right to strike. And why he's done this, I don't know. Why he doesn't just use his provisions under the TAP.
Going back, they did a cooling off period back in, that's what the cooling off period, which was going to end back there in September. And that's when the strike was, pretty much imminent. They did last minute, the last 24 hours struck the deal. They had a cooling off period there, but right now, I believe they're actually under a continued cooling off period, and that's what's going to end on December the 9th or the 4th, whatever it is.
Well, I mean, I'm just going by what I heard on Fox News, that he could use the provisions of the Taft-Hartley Act.
He could do another cooling off period? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I thought that he had already invoked that. But again, nothing, if his lips are moving, he's lying. So who knows? And I guess he's trying to play both sides or walk the bill's going to have to come to him to be signed.
Correct. If
they come up. I don't know that this Supreme Court, I don't know. And again, this is where the unions come in. Are they in bed? They are in bed with the corporation. The union boss, call them what they are, and the Democrats. But there are plenty of Republicans. You've got one, thank God he's leaving, Portman, you understand, who will agree to force people to go to work. That's something he'll do. But I don't know how that will work its way, if that's legal, to force. Remember, I compare this to where we're going to force people to take the jab, the COVID jab. Well, that didn't work out in court. So I don't know. And again, this is not government. These are private sector employees. So what would prevent any industry? Let's suppose somebody like Kroger says, look, we've got a monopoly on grocery store sales here in Cincinnati, and our employees want to go on strike. So we need you to pass some legislation requiring them not to go on strike. I believe there's some provisions under the Railway Act. I think what we were talking about last night was the Railway Act, but this is under the Taft-Hartley Act.
Okay, separate deal.
It was passed in the 30s or 40s, 29, I think it might have been passed. But it's under the Taft-Hartley Act, and he can invoke that, and it would be an 80-day cooling off period. But the first I heard was your newscast, but was you discussing this Nancy Pelosi putting through this legislation. And again, Steve, they've tried stuff before, and it ends up being overturned, whether it be gun control laws that are overturned, or the vaccination requirement for private employers. All of that has been overturned. So I don't know how they think that this is just something, I guess, to try to think you're going to scare somebody. And so that was one of the reasons I called in. The other reason I called in is, Steve, I'm totally against any type. We need to wrap up and end our participation in Ukraine. When is this going to stop? And they're coming to us because the Russians, is that what you're saying, have bombed this transformer or put it out of commission?
Well, yeah, all over the country. Yeah, all the big. I mean, Kyiv,
Right,
capital city. I mean, they're in the dark, and the winter's setting in, and they're going to be.
Okay.
You know, that they don't want the people
Yeah, all
to
right.
freeze to death.
So we put that back up. Why don't they just do it again then? Then they destroy it again.
Well, yeah, we send transformers over there, and Russia takes them out, right? You know.
Yeah, they'll just keep taking them out, and then we'll just keep. I mean, I understand we're pulling from the U.S. supply, but they keep sending them over, and they keep being destroyed. Wouldn't the better position to get hard with Ukraine and say you need to end this war? You need to come to an agreement with Putin, because the American people can't continue going on watching him destroy this. This has been so effective. Look what it's cost America. And, I mean, what would you do? U.S. is going to go install transformers. Okay, well, let us know when they're up. We'll see the light, and they'll be down.
I mean, if I understand correctly,
never,
what Putin's trying to do, if I understand correct, Putin, he's trying to, I guess, break the will, break the people of Ukraine, the citizens, not the military, but the citizenry, I guess, to make them try to convince Zelensky that, well, we surrender, we give up, we're freezing to death, uncle, that kind of a thing. Uncle, I give. And with wintertime coming on, and millions of people, no power, no heat. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to be occurring. People begin dying, they're freezing to death. And would you rather freeze to death or say, all right, screw it? We're Russian now. It's kind of what they're saying. Hey, I got to get a quick timeout. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House is backing the right of people to peacefully protest in China. Protesters in multiple cities have demonstrated against China's zero-COVID policy in recent days. Scott Kennedy is a senior advisor with the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He tells CNN China's COVID policies are not helping.
There is no way to end zero COVID quickly without inducing a lot of illnesses. And so the government is really in a bind of its own making. And so it's not clear exactly how this is going to end quickly.
Deshaun Watson's 11-game suspension officially ends Monday. The NFL suspended the Cleveland Browns quarterback for violating the league's personal conduct policy stemming from multiple allegations of sexual misconduct with massage therapists. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Genesis technology.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, pick it up right where we left off there. Pulled up the story. Retired Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt yesterday said Russia's most effective weapon in the brutal war against Ukraine will be winter itself. He warns of a looming refugee crisis. Blaine Holt said, it's going to be brutal. The temperatures are only going to go down from here. The ground gets more hard-packed, and you've got two determined armies that are going to be going at each other. But the winter itself is a Russian weapon, and we're going to see more targeted attacks. He said, Ukrainian engineers should be praised for being able to restore as much infrastructure that's been targeted by these Russian attacks, but things are going to be fired on again. We're going to look at the eve of a very, very big humanitarian crisis in terms of refugees. That's the danger to the wider part of Europe we see right now. Diplomacy will have to be employed to end the war. The sustainability of the status quo, it doesn't exist. We had a deterrable war this time a year ago. Then we have the war. The logistics is stop and go. It's a horrific Christian war, and now we're at a place where Europe is buckling because of their energy supplies and their food supplies, and munitions are just being funneled into this conflict. This is not sustainable. Diplomacy has to rule at the end of the day. Now, he also called for more transparency for the United States funding the war as Congress considers yet another bill requiring oversight for all of the aid being sent to Ukraine starting in January. Yeah, we're on both sides of the aisle here. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. That's not the issue. Yeah, this is an American issue. We deserve transparency on how we expend our resources. I mean, most of us are in support of or in favor of supporting Ukraine, most of us anyway. But what is it? Is this an open-ended check? What if there's corruption involved here? But like you said, Dan, pretty much diplomacy. It's somewhere down the line that they got to be forced to the table, right? All right.
Hello.
Yeah, Dan, we got you back there.
Yeah, well, there is corruption involved. I sent you that article. 30% of the weapons are being used by Ukraine. 60, 70% of them are being trafficked in Europe by thugs and gangs.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. We can't account for the money. And American people, you doggone right, they have a right to know where this money's going. The other aspect of this is I don't know. I mean, at this point, yeah, we are responsible. I feel the U.S. is responsible to help these people get back up on their feet, but because we've encouraged them to take this war on instead of coming to some sort of settlement with Russia. If not, Americans better be prepared to dig in for a long war because they won't give up. Quite frankly, having the Ukrainian people, you're using them as the hostages, and what else? I mean, that's better than any type of weapon or war or battle you could win, because they've about had enough of it too. And there are areas of Ukraine that considers themselves as Russians or want to be Russians. There's cultural and, you know what I'm saying, nationality ties between the two countries. I don't know where the end of that side is. I know one thing: this United States cannot continue spending at the rate we are at, and it's no longer sustainable. And I don't know when it'll end. So, but anyway, well, I appreciate it, Steve, and I'll listen to the rest of the morning with you.
Hey,
Thank you very much.
Thank you for checking in. You got it. Yeah, I remember, was it 2014 when Russia took the whole Crimea thing? But at the time, I remember interviews taking place of the citizens in Crimea, and I think there was a pretty decent split amongst the people, many of whom actually supported going back to Russia. They felt as though they were Russia, and so it's, I don't know, kind of like in this country where everything seems to be split down the middle. You got 50-50. In Ukraine, in Crimea, it was very similar. A lot of people supported returning to Russia. Pappy chimes in, yep, valid point. Russia, initially, remember, Russia did not take out the electric grid. He said they needed the power on to move oil through Ukraine. Well, the anticipation was Russia was going to get the stronghold there. Now, when the pipelines got taken out, that all changed. They no longer need the lights on. So you are correct. They're looking to do it. Make life miserable for the Ukrainian people. Break the will of the people. All right, there you go. 20 before the hour. Rambler, did you have a good Thanksgiving break there, Rambler?
Well, praise God, Steve. Yes, I did. And hello, God's children and everyone else, the Overnight Drive Nation. Man, I had a great break, great vacation. You know, I was very busy. You know, Mrs. Rambler had to have cataract surgery last Monday, so she wasn't able to drive or do anything, so I ended up doing a lot of the running around, stuff like that. But we cooked a lot of food. We cooked for a daggum army, Steve.
Did you?
Oh, boy. Oh, man, it was so good. The food was great. You know, company was great. My mother, who got influenced to vote for Biden, we got a flag that said just the letter F, Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And we hung it up on my sliding glass door. So when she come over, my son had my little Rambler. He had it out there on a cell phone, and recorded her walking in this big huge flag that said just the letter F, Joe Biden. The look on her face was priceless. Oh Lord, but praise God, Steve. I'm glad to be back with you tonight. We did have a good Thanksgiving. The food was great. Everything was just awesome. And my wife, little Miss Rambler, worked herself off to death in that kitchen. Praise God. We had a couple of good church services. Hallelujah for that. One in particular, I went to the hospital not once but twice to visit one of our parishioners. And this woman, now listen to this, God's children. The doctors done came in, the healthcare worker done come in, and everything, telling this family that, hey, you need to make your plans. Your mother's going to die. She ain't going to recover. We got there, and I prayed with the sisters. We went up to the room, and Steve, we just started having church. Is that so hard to have? Can we not have church in the ICU? And we had church in the ICU. Let me tell you something. The Holy Ghost started to move. The third member of the triune Godhead, the third member that was there at the very beginning of time, began to move. And I tell you what, we anointed that lady with oil, began to pray over her. And this past Sunday, I went to the hospital. She's out of ICU. She's on the healing mend, awake and alert, and they gave this woman up for dead. When I walked in, they told me, said, Brother Perry, they said, my mama ain't been conscious all day. And when we just walked in here, she's wide awake. So we had church, and she was well aware that poor old woman had no strength whatsoever, but she was trying to lift them arms and worship our Lord Jesus. So listen, God's children. I know we got naysayers. There was one naysayer. She's been attacking me quite often on the Steve Sommers fan page, and I love her to death, but one of our listeners just tore into her. I mean, tore her a new one, and she couldn't take the heat, so she blocked him. I guess deleted her post, but she's always attacked me. But regardless of what she feels or how anybody else feels, you can say something about me all day long. I get it all the time, Steve. I don't care. I love you anyways. But you can't doubt God, because God is still in the healing miracle business. And there's a miracle taking place with Mary Belk, who we went and prayed for and had church with. And so we had a good time off. Praise God. I'm just so glad that to be back. And speaking of our Lord, and this is the only time you're going to ever hear Brother Rambler say this, a big war eagle to Cadillac Williams. Steve, I think Auburn should have offered this man the head coaching job, because most folks don't know. You have to go and read it. And when I find the story again, I'll share it on my Facebook page. I'll share it on Determined Ministries Church. Just go there and look for it. When he took over as interim coach, Steve, this man, the first act he did was made every player go to church with him. And Steve, 14 players for Auburn University. Yes, the Cal College on the Plains, who I can't stand. 14 players got saved. 5 rededicated their life back to Christ. 7 got baptized. Steve, that's better than any Iron Bowl. And I tell you, when he put Christ into that program, Auburn started winning. Now, they didn't win the Iron Bowl, thank God, because I'm a huge Alabama fan. And but you know what? To have a man come in there to that program like that, that's just a blessing. And I tell you, me and the 2-time bull hauling champion Lauren Weiss was talking on just back and forth on Facebook, and I really hope Deion Sanders is going to be the next coach at the University of Colorado, because most folks don't know that Coach Prime is a Christian and a man of God also. The man's never drank or smoked a day in his life. And I think, he'll be able to carry on Bill McCartney's legacy that he left at Colorado years ago. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you have Disney Plus, go there, watch The Gospel According to Bill. That's what it'll be under. And I tell you what a legacy that man left, Steve. But Glad to be back to work, and I'm glad to hear you back. How was your Thanksgiving, kind sir?
Had a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, very very enjoyable weekend. Got the lights up on the house, all ready for Christmas. Now we have not got in the attic, and I have not got the tree down and all the inside. I mean, it feels like we just got things kind of decorated for Thanksgiving, all the fall stuff, and now we got to pack all that crap up and put the Christmas decorations up.
I know that's why I know a lot of folks are like they get angry when after Halloween folks put up Christmas decorations. They're like, well, wait a minute, the turkey has his day too.
Yeah.
And yes, I do agree, but I'm like you. I like to get them up after Halloween because I want to enjoy it. Just by chance, you didn't go all Clark Griswold, start karate chopping the antlers, kicking the Santa Claus, and do the almighty plug in the lights, and they all of a sudden come on, the power grid goes down, and nothing like that happened, did it?
I had my fair share of lights that they all worked when I took them down, but I plug them in before I put them up, and only half of them work, and I didn't even mess well. They went to the garbage can. Screw them.
Yeah, screw them, huh? That's it. I don't want to deal with it.
I ain't going light bulb by light bulb trying to find where the one bulb that's out in that 50 strand,
Nope. I'm a full agreement with you. Just go to Walmart or Sam's Club, buy you a whole nother strand. We got our inflatables out, and I'm gonna attempt to try and decorate my house and everything like that. So we're looking forward to a good Christmas, and God's children, I want you to remind you, Christmas is just more than just a fat man wearing a suit and has a white beard. It's about the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus. And I know that we really don't know when or where he was born. And I know folks can argue with me that December 25th was once a pagan holiday. Well, I don't know how true it is, but I'm thankful, Steve. And I know there's a lot of chaos in this country that we at least have a day set aside to celebrate the birth, and we have a day set aside to celebrate his resurrection, and a day called Good Friday to celebrate how he died on that cross for us. So I'm thankful to be living in a country that we can celebrate this openly and freely. And I always remember the greatest gift was when the Holy Spirit breathed on little old Mary, and she conceived, miraculously conceived, and gave us the greatest gift of all, our beloved Savior, Jesus Christ. And where would we be without Christ, Steve? Praise God. All of that, God's children. Oh, before I get off here, I would like to give my wife props, because my wife Sunday night, she cooked me a medium perfect sirloin. And do you know what I used to eat my steak with? Besides a fork and a knife.
What's that?
5-7 steak sauce.
There you go.
And God bless you, and shout out to Patty, Eskimo Mom 5-7 Gilligan. And by the way, before I get off here, we have been praying for Gilligan's stepfather and mother, Shirley and Emmett, for a while. And I know I've been on vacation, but I have kept up with Gilligan. And we lost his stepfather unexpectedly to a heart attack. So I know that was announced on the show. Y'all still keep this family in your prayers, because, listen, it's not even been a year that Poncho, Lucy and Chris's son, left us. And now his father, his stepfather, left us as well. So y'all keep that family in prayers. And listen, you don't ever have to be lonely during the Christmas season. You got the overnight drive with Steve Sommers, and even though if he's not live, you can catch replays. You got Determined Ministries Church. It's always here for you every Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And take advantage of that hot shot secret. And remember, God's children, love, it's just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, because he was born, he died, and was resurrected for you, trust me, old Brother Rambler can love you, and you can talk about me all you want. Guess what? I'll still smile, and I'll still tell you I love you, and I mean every last word. Steve, I'll call in again this week. God bless you, my friend, my brother. I love you. God bless you, God's children, and I'll see you again
All right.
and talk to you again.
Have a good Tuesday.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the whole headline about the bankruptcy collapse of FTX. It's kind of gone to the back burner, not hearing nearly as much about it. But remember last week they were talking about contagion, other firms that may have had close ties to FTX. Yeah, there is more contagion underway. Another cryptocurrency lender and financial services firm, BlockFi. BlockFi has filed for bankruptcy. Fallout from the Democrat superdonor Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX exchange collapsing as the contagion continues to spread. Give you more on that coming up here. And I did late, I think it was maybe last Wednesday morning, just before we hit the Thanksgiving holiday weekend there was news coming in about Bankman-Fried's parents and other executives of FTX who had purchased multi-millions of dollars worth of property and real estate in the Bahamas over the past couple of years. These people were living, you talk about the proverbial life in the lap of luxury, lifestyles of the rich and famous, using essentially their Ponzi scheme money, other people's money, which, has all but suddenly disappeared. I don't know, has it disappeared? We'll give you more on that coming up as well. What do you say, Charlie?
Good morning, listeners, and good morning, Steve. This here's the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, there seems to be a tragedy in Cornfield County on Thanksgiving afternoon. It seems as though Jeffrey and Linda Baker had decided to deep fry their turkey. Well, unfortunately, they didn't fully defrost the turkey. So, as you know, an ensuing fire took place. Well, unfortunately, it burned down Mr. Baker's barn, and unfortunately, he also lost his entire collection of Reader's Digest, dated back to 1936, left to him by his grandfather. Well, here's the real tragedy. That was the last barn in Cornfield County that had to chew male pouch chewing tobacco advertisement on the end of it. And now a word from our sponsor. It seems as though GMA and B Enterprises has been fielding questions about the mineral rights on these plots they're selling on the moon. So they sent their lawyer down to NASA to ask questions about this. Well, after being thrown out about 3 or 4 times, he finally got somebody to listen to him. And they found out not only did they not have the right to sell these lots, but to forget the mineral rights. After a police escort to the state line and being kicked out of Florida, he decided he would quit for now. Well, as you know, Gilligan insulted the blind man, and the blind man still sees no problem with selling these lots even without the mineral rights. So, for the incredible low price of $19.95, you can buy one 5-acre plot. But wait, there's more.
There's more.
For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can buy 2 5-acre plots.
And that's a
remember.
deal. And that's the we cheat you right. And I got to get my news break. Top of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House is backing the right of people to peacefully protest in China. Protesters in multiple cities have demonstrated against China's zero-COVID policy in recent days. Scott Kennedy is a senior advisor with the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He tells CNN China's COVID policies are not helping.
There is no way to end zero COVID quickly without inducing a lot of illnesses. And so the government is really in a bind of its own making. And so it's not clear exactly how this is going to end quickly.
As the crisis on our U.S.-Mexico border continues, some U.S. air marshals are being reassigned to help with the southern border by the Department of Homeland Security. Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez says illegal immigrants who don't qualify for asylum should not be in the United States.
House Republicans are the only thing standing in the way of this administration continuing down these failed policies. We got to continue to put pressure on them to have just real tangible solutions.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Illegal immigrants who are applying for asylum are awaiting their hearings in the United States rather than in Mexico. After a health scare a few weeks ago, a comedian is back making people laugh.
Jay Leno is back on the stand-up comedy stage after suffering second and third-degree burns in a garage fire. Leno performed in front of a packed house Sunday night at the Comedy and Magic Club in Hermosa Beach, California. His return comes about 2 weeks after he was badly burned while working on one of his vintage cars. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Things are once again hopping in Washington, D.C. as Congress is back in session. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Buffalo supermarket mass shooter pleaded guilty to all charges in Erie court on Monday, including charges of hate-motivated terrorism and first-degree murder. Defense attorney Brian Parker says his client's plea ensures there will not be a state court trial.
Today, our client pled guilty to every count of the indictment, with the full knowledge that he will spend the rest of his life in prison with no chance of parole.
He adds his client does not intend to appeal. In October, 61 Border Patrol agents were assaulted along the southern border in 48 incidents, the most in any month since the start of fiscal year 2020. Just 28 assaults on agents at the southern border were reported last October and 16 in October 2021. The trend appears to be heading in the wrong direction altogether. In fiscal year 2022, 539 agents were assaulted, up from 441 in 2021 and 359 in 2020. The vast majority of the assaults were rocking incidents in which smugglers or illegal immigrants threw rocks or dropped boulders on agents on patrol. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is sending all necessary resources to Houston to deal with the boil water notice. City officials issued the notice on Sunday after a power outage that affected 3 water treatment plants. It's expected to be lifted Tuesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Looky there, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Trust your week's off to a good start. So right at a little less than an hour from now, get the results will come in, the water testing there in Houston. Takes 18 hours to get the tests back, and the anticipation is the boil water advisory in Houston will be lifted when those results come in. Well, of course, we'll be here. Get the very latest. When it comes across the wire, we'll pass it your way. Meanwhile, good morning to Anna, checking in from Canada this morning. Good to have you on board. There's the Ice Cream Man checking in from Marshall, Illinois. Hello to Country Bumpkin, morning overnight drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in from Kansas City tonight. 50 degrees at this hour. Not half bad. It's scrolling down. It's rather interesting. Like, got Anna tuned in Canada. Got somebody listening in Ukraine. Yeah, hearing a lot about your country there, Ukraine. All right. So somewhere, somebody's got some power if they're able to tune in. Yeah, much of Ukraine in the dark, though, as we know. I mentioned the headline, the latest fallout from FTX. The contagion, as they call it. The New York Times reports BlockFi, which is a cryptocurrency lender and financial services firm, filed for bankruptcy. BlockFi has been struggling since the spring, actually, when a number of prominent crypto businesses went bankrupt. Yeah, the market began to panic, and there was a substantial drop, as you recall, in Bitcoin's value. Well, the collapse of FTX seems to have been what pushed BlockFi over the edge. Breitbart had previously reported BlockFi was at risk earlier this month. When their tech reporter wrote at the time, BlockFi, a platform for crypto-backed loans and trading, may also face bankruptcy due to the exposure they had to FTX. Sources familiar with the matter tell the Wall Street Journal BlockFi is preparing for a bankruptcy filing after pausing their withdrawals, limiting the activity on accounts for the last several weeks after the collapse of FTX. FTX signed a $400 million credit line with BlockFi back in June. Their CEO said they would give the firm access to capital to further bolster their balance sheet. Now, BlockFi also gave FTX the option to purchase the firm as part of the deal, but that agreement placed BlockFi in a financial agreement with FTX, meaning much of their future was based on the stability of XTX. As we all know, since then, FTX has collapsed completely. A few days after that news came to light, BlockFi suspended withdrawals, stating that, well, we had significant exposure to FTX, including undrawn amounts from the credit line with the exchange and assets that were held on FTX's platform. BlockFi is based in New Jersey City, New Jersey. Founded in 2017, last year it claimed more than 450,000 retail clients who could obtain loans in minutes without credit checks. According to the co-founder of BlockFi, that this was just the beginning of the story. BlockFi reached a $100 million settlement with the Securities and Exchange Commission in February over registration failures. The first since the regulator warned they would be taking action against crypto firms offering loans that failed to register them as securities or register themselves as an investment company. So that's, I guess, the next domino tumbles. I could all but assure you that will not be the last domino to fall. But, yeah, we got last week, just before we all headed out for Thanksgiving, Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX. His parents, and senior executives of the failed crypto exchange purchased at least 19 properties worth nearly $121 million in the Bahamas over the past 2 years. According to the official property records, separately, attorneys for FTX said last week one of the company's units spent $300 million in the Bahamas buying homes and vacation properties for their senior staff, and that FTX was run as a personal fiefdom, the personal fiefdom of Bankman-Fried. Most of their purchases registered in the documents seen by Reuters News were luxury beachfront homes, including 7 condominiums in an expensive resort community known as Albany. Cost almost $72 million. The deeds show these properties purchased by a unit of FTX were to be used as residence for key personnel of the company. Could not determine who actually lived in those apartments. The documents for another home with beach access in Old Fort Bay, a gated community that was once home to a British colonial fort built in the 1700s to protect against pirates, show that Bankman-Fried's parents, who are, by the way, Stanford University law professors, Joseph Bankman and Barbara Fried, as signatories there. The property, one of the documents was dated June 15, said it was a vacation home. When asked by Reuters why the couple decided to buy a vacation home in the Bahamas and how it was paid for, was it paid for in cash, a mortgage, or by a third party, such as FTX, a spokesperson for the professors said only that Bankman and Fried had been trying to return the property to FTX. Since before the bankruptcy proceedings, Mr. Bankman and Ms. Fried have been working or seeking to return the deed to the company. They're awaiting further instructions, according to the spokesperson there. While it is known FTX and its employees bought real estate in the Bahamas, where they established their headquarters in September of last year, the property records seen by Reuters show for the first time the sheer scale of their buying spree and the intended use for some of the real estate. Bankman-Fried has told us that he lived in a house with 9 other colleagues For his employees, he said FTX provided free meals and in-house Uber-like service around the island. Now, of course, with the collapse of FTX, one of the world's largest cryptocurrency exchanges, leaving an estimated 1 million creditors facing losses in the billions of dollars. Yeah, reports, of course, show Bankman-Fried secretly used $10 billion in customer funds to prop up his trading business, and that at least $1 billion of those had vanished. The court filings in the District of Delaware Bankruptcy Court earlier this month, John Ray, the new chief executive, says he understood that corporate funds of the FTX group were used to purchase homes and other personal items for employees and advisors. Could not determine the source of those funds, though, that FTX and their executives were using to buy these properties. Well, I mean, for a pretty simple-minded individual, kind of seems like, well, they were using all those investors' funds, spending like drunk sailors, right? Is that a term you're allowed to use these days, a drunken sailor? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Once we chat with Philip, we will have wide open lines. Good morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you? Off to work we go?
Off to work we go. What you were just talking about, Steve, isn't that what they used to call back in the day money laundering?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. And, Steve, did you see the pictures from Artemis of the moon and the Earth?
I have not seen the photos. I do have the story over here where we hit that magical mark, the furthest away, a human-occupied or meant to be human-occupied craft has ever gone, further than the Apollo 13 mission.
Yep. If you get a chance, pull up those photos. They're pretty interesting. You see the ship, and then you see the moon, and then you see the Earth behind the moon. And I don't think it's photoshopped, but it looks really cool. It looks really cool. I saw them last night. They're doing some impressive stuff. But did you hear they had a little damage on the launch pad with that thing?
Yeah, I touched on that last week where it blew the daggone elevator doors off the launch site.
Yeah, they had some blast shields and their blast doors. They got blast doors on the elevators and destroyed those. They got some other areas that need some attention too. And, they weren't the only ones that had problems with that. SpaceX out there at Boca Chica, when they fired the 14 engines up on that Raptor engines up on that Starship, they blew the concrete apart at the bottom.
Wow.
So they're having to go to a concrete that's kind of like a kiln, the firing kiln they use for making clay and stuff with clay. They're using a clay mix in with their concrete so they can keep the concrete from disintegrating. They had just 14 engines, they disintegrated the concrete underneath the pad.
Wow.
So they're also talking about putting in some more water suppression so they can, keep that from happening. But, yeah, they're repouring everything. That's why you haven't heard anything about any static fires out there. They're having to redo underneath the orbital launch pad. They're having to redo that. And as well, they're remodifying the pads that they're building at the Cape. They're redoing those too as well, from what I understand. So they're learning as they go along with all this stuff. And it's going to be kind of cool when they get everything together. But I did a little bit more looking at this Artemis program, and I know I'm not been a big fan of it. But have you seen the other vehicles that they want to put together with this Artemis program?
I have not.
That rocket is not the full scale. What you see there, they want to go bigger than that rocket. And it's some crazy stuff. And hopefully that they can develop it along to where it's not like the shuttle. They're using the shuttle technology. but it's just some crazy stuff. I mean, they're talking some of the renderings that are long are just huge, big rockets. They're not as big as the one Elon Musk got. So it's going to be different. I mean, if they get to that stage, that'd be neat. We'll see how it plays out. But until they get done using all that shuttle stuff and do something on their own, that's what I'm looking at. That's, I don't mind them using the old crawler. The old crawler, man, it's been there forever. It'll keep it going. But, we'll see how it plays out. And SpaceX, they're kicking it. They're launching still. They launched some the other day. So it's all good with the space stuff. And this cryptocurrency is just getting out of hand, Steve. I mean, is the government look at that like they do with stocks and whatnot?
Oh, there's still, I mean, nary any regulation on the crypto markets. I mean, with the FTX collapse now and the collateral damage, undoubtedly they're going to be looking at some sort of regulation process. But no, right now I guess it's a free for all.
Yeah, it's that crypto stuff. That's one thing I don't want to invest in that stuff. And it's like it's like I said earlier. It sounds like to me just another form of money laundering, and I don't want a part of that mess. Hopefully, somebody can get a handle on it. The gentleman was talking about Ukraine earlier. I kind of agree with them in the sense that we need to shut everybody off, and not just Ukraine. We're putting too much money in other countries. We need to be putting it back in our country. Way too much money being spent on other things that we need to take care of over here. We need to work on our power grid over here.
Yep.
One thing they're going to have a big problem with Ukraine right now is they have 5 different sites. Now that I don't know how many reactors are on those sites, but they got 5 different nuclear power plant sites that if they cut the power on them grids and they can't keep those plants going and they have to run them by generator, you think Chernobyl is crazy, which is in Ukraine, by the way, folks. I don't know if anybody ever studied about Chernobyl or not. It's in Ukraine. But if you follow the stuff, that you don't keep those plants right and the energy in them stored right, they're going to have a lot more Chernobyls on their hands. And gentleman alluded to the transformers. Think about all the transformers they're sending over there, Steve, that we could be using over here after these hurricanes.
Oh, yeah.
Just to put us in perspective. And there's a lot of people still that don't have power in Puerto Rico as well. So think about that. And I know Puerto Rico is down south and it's hot down there and that kind of stuff. I get it. I'm just using it as an example. But, when you go to war, you need to think about that stuff. And if you watched World War II, any of the old footage and whatnot, one of the toughest battles Germany ever fought was against Russia, and that was on the East Front. And they got to be careful with that one. That's going to be a bad one. So that's all I got today, buddy. You have a good one. Thanks for having me. Y'all be safe.
All right, good to hear from you. Philip, have a good morning. Yeah, the Artemis 1, the Orion capsule, of course, officially goes in the record books. It has now traveled further beyond Earth than any spacecraft designed to carry astronauts. Now, the uncrewed flying past the record-setting distance that was achieved by the Apollo 13 command module, Odyssey as it was known. Let's see, the Apollo 13 previously set the record in April of 1970. According to the former flight director who helped lead mission control during the Apollo 13 mission, said it really didn't register with me. We were so busy with our heads down that we didn't have time to think about it. Matter of fact, until just about a year ago, I had no idea we had gone the furthest from the Earth on that Apollo 13 mission. I kind of figured it'd been done on some other mission. Of course, the original flight plan for Apollo 13 did not have the craft flying so far away. Of course, we've all by now seen the 1995 Hollywood film. Yeah, that mission suddenly switched from what was supposed to be a moon landing to trying to safely get the astronauts back to Earth after that mid-flight explosion tore through the service module. And Apollo 13 reached the distance they did because they had that emergency need to use the moon's gravity to slingshot the spacecraft back to Earth as quickly as possible. Similarly, the Artemis 1 flight profile wasn't designed to break the Apollo 13 record. It only did so because NASA sent the Orion capsule into a distant retrograde orbit, as they call it. Or Artemis 1 was designed to stress the systems of Orion. It's kind of a stress test. And we settled on that distant retrograde orbit because that would be a really good stress test. We were ultimately able to pass the Apollo 13 record. But what was more important was pushing the boundaries, sending that spacecraft further than we had ever done before. So, all right, I guess the Artemis actually hit that maximum distance from the Earth at 4:06 Eastern Time this past afternoon. From there, it continues traveling halfway around the moon until it'll fire the orbit maneuvering system's engines to leave that distant retrograde orbit, setting up its second close pass to the moon on December the 5th, and ultimately the return back to Earth on December the 11th. So a few days out there, and it makes that slingshot, in this case, back to the Earth. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
China has hit a record number of new COVID cases, and over the weekend, nearly 40,000 new infections were reported. Beijing has defended the zero COVID policy as necessary to save lives, but the tight grip continues to impact China's economy and has ignited residents' impatience. Public protests in China are rare, especially ones spread across multiple cities. But despite the widespread anger and frustration, the government isn't expected to let up. Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, and now Cyber Monday. But don't forget about Giving Tuesday. Last year, around $2.7 billion was donated on the Tuesday following Thanksgiving in the U.S. alone. This is USA Radio News.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we're back. And clear lines at 844-844-3388. Of course, since midterm election day, Maricopa County kind of been in the headlines, where indeed they did finally officially certify their midterm election results just this past day. The deadline was Monday. Now, not everybody pleased about that. There were objections. Of course, remembering on midterm election day, there were some problems at some of the polling places. According to the Board of Supervisors chairman, a guy by the name of Bill Gates, today's canvass represents another important step in the democratic process. I appreciate the work of the recorder and his team, helping more than 1 million people vote early. I'm proud of the way our elections department responded to unexpected challenges on Election Day and provided voters with proven secure options that allowed their votes to count. But not everyone's so confident. But he goes on to say, I'm confident the canvass provides an accurate tally of all legal votes. According to the county, more than 1.56 million votes were cast. 64.2% of registered voters there, again, Maricopa County. All right, about 1% of voters were impacted by printer issues at 43 polling sites on Election Day. Had to place their ballots in what they call a secure container after the printer couldn't read the ballots due to the ink issues. They go on saying all this rhetoric suggesting otherwise, this election was safe, secure, and accurate. That is the bottom line, he says. All right, so for what it's worth, a lot of talk and still a lot of people that do not really have the utmost confidence. Now, Maricopa County was not the only location that had issues, ballot issues. On Election Day, Pennsylvania was another. Luzerne County, they did not certify their results this past day. They were deadlocked in their vote to certify the results. That was the deadline by state law. That's the county that had a shortage of paper ballots, leading to voters being turned away at the polls. A judge, of course, had ordered precincts to stay open an additional 2 hours on Election Day, but the Board of Elections apparently deadlocked along party lines 2 Democrats voting to certify the results, 2 Republicans voting against. Now, there was a 3rd Democrat that abstained from voting, so thus the deadlock. WNEP TV reporting more than a dozen residents attended the public meeting in Wilkes-Barre and pleaded with the board not to certify, citing reasons such as the ballot shortage, misspellings on ballots, and voters being turned away. Denying even one voter the right to vote is inexcusable, and too many were turned away. Denying numerous voters their most basic right. The only solution to this voter disenfranchisement is decertifying, according to one attendee at the meeting. Now, this is Northeast PA. This part of the state narrowly favored the Democrat Josh Shapiro for governor by 1,117 votes. And they voted for Mehmet Oz, the Republican, in his failed Senate bid against Fetterman. WNEP reported the board member who abstained from voting, the Democrat, said, quote, "My feeling is I needed a little more information, so I really didn't want to say, oh yeah, we're done with it now. I want more information so I can make a decision on that's right to certify or not certify it." Now, he later said that he was reassured few, if any, voters were unable to vote and that all the provisional ballots were counted. Now, he did say he planned to vote in favor of certifying the result at a board meeting, which apparently has been slated for tomorrow, Wednesday of this week. So they'll be a few days late on certifying their results, but that's the plan. All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388 on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. For over 60 years, Staybill has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it, anything that'll be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Staybill storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion in your fuel system at the same time. Be sure to store your engine the right way with Staybill. And if you'd like to get 15% off your Staybill order, simply go to the website goldeagle.com, the parent company of Staybill and a number of other products. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll do just that. Get 15% off your order for being dedicated listeners to the Overnight Drive, goldeagle.com. All right, we had the sudden closing of the furniture maker. We talked about last week, just before Thanksgiving. You get the news, hey, you're out of a job. United Furniture Industries. The sudden closing just before Thanksgiving is already getting messier, according to the report this past day. If you had missed the story, they have, of course, United Furniture Industries sent members of their 2,700-member workforce notice of termination about 11 o'clock p.m. on November the 21st via text messages and email. That was last Monday. The sudden termination resulted now in multiple lawsuits being filed on behalf of employees. Now, first thing that came to my mind, 2,700. That's well over the threshold where the WARN Act, as it's known, has to be used. That's the 60-day notice required by the WARN Act in the case of a mass termination. They didn't give any 60-day notice. United Furniture Industries, a Delaware corporation with headquarters in Tupelo, Mississippi. The abrupt termination notice also affected the company's truck drivers. According to the FMCSA Safer website, United Furniture had 40 power units and 42 drivers. Most employees were terminated immediately. Without even provision of COBRA, drivers on the road were given a slightly different instruction. Over-the-road drivers that are out on delivery will be paid for the balance of the week, whether or not you've completed your delivery, but please immediately return equipment, inventory, and delivery documents for those deliveries that have been completed to one of the locations there. But to be clear, do not complete any additional deliveries. Drivers may have been halfway to their destination at the time. Now, this is, obviously WARN Act lawsuits. One of those lawsuits filed on behalf of employees. The WARN Act requires employers to provide written notice of at least 60 calendar days in advance of covered plant closings or mass layoffs. The WARN Act allows employees to seek pay and benefits for up to 60 days from the date of a mass termination. So all these people, they're looking for 60 days pay. So they'll with no warning, you have no time to get out there and start looking for another job. And in light of the fact we're at the holidays, Thanksgiving was 3 days after the fact. Christmas now around the corner, and these people right now scrambling to find a job at the holiday season. Class action lawsuits have also been filed by several others, according to the Winston-Salem Journal. All right, there's going to be a bunch of them, but all right, 16 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, yes, indeed. Yeah, plenty of room for you. Quiet on the phones. 844-844-3388. Hello to Tom Kelly and our friends at TNCRadio.live. Looks like the weather will be a factor for many drivers out there today and Wednesday. They're in Texas. Look out for issues in the box between New Orleans, Houston, Dallas, and Jackson, Mississippi. That's a region, Tom explains. It's already pretty waterlogged. It might not take much rain to have ponding on the interstates I-20, 10, I-12, and 45. All right, coming up this morning, a little over an hour from now when we close things out on the overnight drive, catch Monday evening's broadcast of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Coming up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Then stick around. Ron Frazier from TFC Global, 2 hours of Trucker's Life Radio. Ron challenging drivers to make the right choices even when nobody's watching. And, of course, we'll be updating the weather situation on the morning grind if you weren't with us. And hour number 1, covering our travelers' weather as we always do. Yeah, big storm coming out of the Rockies as we speak this morning. It's going to rapidly strengthen and ultimately lead to a pretty significant weather event. I mean, they're using the term possible tornado outbreak beginning later today. So we'll break that down again for you coming up here in just a bit. It could be multiple tornadoes on the ground late this afternoon and even into the overnight hours tonight, according to AccuWeather. And when forecasters come right out in advance and say, people need to take this threat seriously, they're very concerned about the atmospheric setup. There's going to be a lot of wind shear several miles up in the atmosphere. That wind shear, that's where you get the twisting, the turning, the different wind directions that sets up the rotation in these towering thunderclouds way up there. And they're even highlighting we could see some large, long-lived tornadoes, as they call them. Those are the ones that tend to be very ugly, dangerous, deadly oftentimes. So, all right, who we got online? Is it Who's Your Dan?
Hey, no, this is Uber Ed. Steve, I want
Ed.
to talk to you about the United. Yeah, I want to talk to you about that United thing. I talked to a good buddy of mine used to work for United Furniture, the one I used to Uber with, and he thinks there was a bunch of embezzlement going on there, and the feds shut the place down.
Now he thought what was going on?
There was a bunch of embezzlement going on.
Embezzlement. Okay.
He was higher up in the company. He quit working for him in 2016.
Yeah.
And he said that he thought there was a lot of embezzlement going on because it was going on when he was there. And he's friends with a bunch of the people that are still there, and they won't even unlock the gates and let the people go get their stuff off the desk.
It's interesting. I mean, since the announcement, I haven't heard anything, any speculation as to what happened, what caused the sudden, because that's a pretty decent sized company, 2,700 employees, and they had like, 3 or 4 different locations, California, the Carolinas, and so I don't know.
They had about 5 plants around Mississippi, right there around Tupelo area. They have 5 plants. And that don't include Lane Furniture in Belden, Mississippi. They shut them down, too, because they were a subsidiary of
exactly
United.
And Lane Furniture, that was known. If I'm not mistaken, our big living room set is Lane Furniture. That was supposed to be some quality furniture.
Yeah, Lane used to be Action Furniture out of Mississippi, and they sold out to home groups, and then they reopened it, and now it's called Southern Motion. They're in Pontotoc. But no, he said there was a lot of, even when he was there in 2016, there was a lot of embezzlement going on.
Yeah, I mean, at some point we'll have to get some answers as to what the heck happened, right?
Yeah, you're right there. But he says he just thinks it's the feds because they won't unlock the gate to let people go in and get their stuff off the desk. You know, and when the feds lock up the gate, it stays locked. Everything in their plants, damn evidence.
So they're looking for something, right?
Yeah, they're looking for something. It just happened, you know. Now, I talked to another guy. He said it was because they lost the Big Lots account, but Big Lots, my friend said, it was only like 40% of their business, and they had other accounts. So that couldn't have been that, because if it was that, they would just scale back a little bit, but they just automatically shut down.
I mean, to have
and they had just
to have trucks on the road, with loads of furniture headed for various destinations, to turn those trucks around and say, don't make any more. That's very odd. I mean, normally a trucking operation that has to shut down will say complete your delivery and then drop your truck off, that kind of thing. But to tell them don't even finish your delivery, that's weird.
Yeah, but they had just bought a bunch of brand new trucks, and Salem Leasing had moved down to Mississippi to take, because Penske was doing all their maintenance, and Salem Leasing had moved to Mississippi, and they were going to take over for Penske down there. It's only been a month or two they'd bought brand new trucks.
Well, very interesting. Well, good to hear from you, Uber Ed. Everything else going all right? Did you have a good Turkey Day?
Oh, yeah, I had good Turkey Day. We're going on a cruise Christmas.
Are you?
Just a few more days. Yeah. We're going on the day after Christmas. We're going to Cozumel.
Western Caribbean.
Cozumel and we're going to Cozumel and Progreso, where we went when we were on the cruise with you.
Yeah, I like Cozumel a lot. If I remember, I don't know if Progreso, was that the one we weren't too overly impressed with? I can't recall.
Yeah, that was the one. Hurricane Wilma was over the place where we were supposed to go.
Yeah.
And they canceled 2 port calls, and then they added the Progresso in there. It gave us some money for the port call that we didn't go to.
Yeah, it seems like we were supposed to. I think we were supposed to go to the Cayman Islands. That got scrapped. I think we ultimately hit Belize, then Cozumel, and then on up there. Yeah, Progresso. Yeah, I don't think I was too highly impressed with that one, but if memory serves, but that was, when was that? 2005, I think. Oh, it's been a few days. I've slept since then, but all right, about a minute before news break. Plenty of room for you. You got a full hour yet to go, so jump on in at 844-844-3388. Looking at, I guess, just like any other industry, trucking, we've got plenty of trucking publications in the furniture industry. Yeah, Furniture Today is the website, and they're saying news of Lane's sudden closing last week, sending shockwaves through the home furnishings industry. Retailers who carry the brand Lane Furnishings are trying to figure out how to wind down their assortments that are on the floor and other considerations. Yeah, think about it. You go into a furniture store, you pick out, you like this, you like that. And, of course, then they contact Lane and order, and then they ship your order out. I guess whatever's left on the floor, they got to get rid of, right? Because you ain't going to get no more. They were a reliable partner. Yeah, Darvin Furniture and Mattress, top 100 furniture firm says. We're in shock, even more shock, because of being such a reliable partner for so long. More to come after this, the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House is backing the right of people to peacefully protest in China. Protesters in multiple cities have demonstrated against China's zero-COVID policy in recent days. Scott Kennedy is a senior advisor with the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He tells CNN China's COVID policies are not helping.
There is no way to end zero COVID quickly without inducing a lot of illnesses. And so the government is really in a bind of its own making. And so it's not clear exactly how this is going to end quickly.
As the crisis on our U.S.-Mexico border continues, some U.S. air marshals are being reassigned to help with the southern border by the Department of Homeland Security. Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez says illegal immigrants who don't qualify for asylum should not be in the United States.
House Republicans are the only thing standing in the way of this administration continuing down these failed policies. We got to continue to put pressure on them to have just real tangible solutions.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Illegal immigrants who are applying for asylum are awaiting their hearings in the United States rather than in Mexico. After a health scare a few weeks ago, a comedian is back making people laugh.
Jay Leno is back on the stand-up comedy stage after suffering second and third-degree burns in a garage fire. Leno performed in front of a packed house Sunday night at the Comedy and Magic Club in Hermosa Beach, California. His return comes about 2 weeks after he was badly burned while working on one of his vintage cars. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Things are once again hopping in Washington, D.C. as Congress is back in session. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Buffalo supermarket mass shooter pleaded guilty to all charges in Erie court on Monday, including charges of hate-motivated terrorism and first-degree murder. Defense attorney Brian Parker says his client's plea ensures there will not be a state court trial.
Today, our client pled guilty to every count of the indictment, with the full knowledge that he will spend the rest of his life in prison with no chance of parole.
He adds his client does not intend to appeal. In October, 61 Border Patrol agents were assaulted along the southern border in 48 incidents, the most in any month since the start of fiscal year 2020. Just 28 assaults on agents at the southern border were reported last October and 16 in October 2021. The trend appears to be heading in the wrong direction altogether. In fiscal year 2022, 539 agents were assaulted, up from 441 in 2021 and 359 in 2020. The vast majority of the assaults were rocking incidents in which smugglers or illegal immigrants threw rocks or dropped boulders on agents on patrol. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is sending all necessary resources to Houston to deal with the boil water notice. City officials issued the notice on Sunday after a power outage that affected 3 water treatment plants. It's expected to be lifted Tuesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so they hit the 3 a.m. hour in the central time zone. That's when the official results water sample for Houston supposed to be coming in. Got the KHOU television affiliate site before me. Waiting to see if they lift the notice. Looks like some of the schools remain closed today, though. I guess just out of an abundance of caution, not knowing whether the boil water advisory is going to be lifted or not. I mean, you can't cook. The cafeteria, you can't serve any food or anything. Numerous restaurants had to shut this past day because you can't hardly run a restaurant without water, without potable water, right? They do have some headlines. Why Houston never turned on the backup power generators at the water treatment plant. We'll pull that up for you here. Meanwhile, as we get our final hour underway here on a Tuesday, hope your week's off to a good start. Yeah, plenty of room for you at 844-844.
Now, Anthem Blue Cross.
3388. That's our number, all right? Thank you, KHOU. So what did I say? The city spends millions of dollars for backup generators at the water treatment plants, but they never got turned on after the power disruption triggered by a drop in pressure and the boil water notice. The question I immediately asked, did the generators kick on? According to Houston's mayor at a news conference this past day, and I was told, no, mayor, the generators didn't kick on. And I said, why? Yeah, the city has a 20-year, $56 million contract with Energy to have heavy-duty diesel generators at the 3 water purification plants. Energy spokesman said the East purification plant, that all 32 of those backup generators were available and ready to be dispatched, but the city never asked us to turn them on. We did not call for backup generators, but they would have had a difference, according to the public works director. So I guess there's a breakdown of communications thing going on here. Yeah, now he said the supply of power wasn't the issue. The grid was up and running, providing electricity, but the 2 city-owned transformers that malfunctions could not connect to any power source. The failure was inside the plant between the supply side and getting to our treatment facility. So even if the generators had kicked on, we would have had the same problem. 10:30 a.m. Sunday morning, I guess this all started. The 2 transformers went offline due to a ground trip and a current overload. Our primary focus was resetting that equipment so it could accept electricity and feed power to the treatment facility. That process took nearly 2 hours. You cannot connect to the grid where the power is running. You cannot connect to your generators. Then you have a very unique, unfortunate situation. I mean, that plant has spent tens of millions of dollars in upgrades in recent years, they say. Have a contract with a vendor that performs regular maintenance on the transformers. Nothing in their history to indicate Sunday's malfunction. They did say that the transformers are about 24 years old. I don't know, what's the life expectancy of a transformer in this day and age, right? All right, 844-844-3388. Gary is on board. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight drive crew. FJB. Always got to throw that in, right? Dipsy Driver joins us here for our final hour. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. Got clouds, 39 degrees in mid-Michigan this morning. as we head up to 54 this afternoon. Yeah. Don't want to be the bearer of bad news, Dipsy, but you checked your forecast for where you're going to be maybe by Thursday afternoon? Once that cold front and all that wind comes through, it ain't going to be 54 no more. Let's get back to the calls. 5-7. Yes, sir.
Yeah, real quick, I seen Jay Leno on a reel, the news reporter, they asked some stupid questions. He was pumping gasoline in the back of, he had bandages on and everything. He was pumping gasoline in the back of looked like the tail fin of a 57 Cadillac. And the reporter goes, Mr. Leno, are you going to give up working on your cars? I'm thinking, yeah, really? That's like standing outside of the hospital for a man that's just been treated for the herpes. Hey, are you going to give up women? It ain't going to happen.
No.
But now, I had it like with my company. All of a sudden, I had people. You could hear it on CB. Hey, I hear your boss, passed away. I haven't heard nothing of it. They haven't given us a notification. On the second day, I heard you. All of a sudden, it's this other company that we work alongside. I kept asking the guys I work with the same name tag on the door, and none of us heard anything about it. Finally, on the third day, a guy I respected come up to me and he said, "Man, I really heard your boss passed away." I said, "You know what? It's time for me to call." I called the supervisor, and that's when I was, he said yes, he did, and then, but that time his brother jumped in, and what it come down to is the lawyers got involved. I guess everything went to the wife, and the wife said she didn't want anything to do with it, liquidate it. And you can't blame her. You're talking, 300 truck drivers, 400 trailers that I know of, probably, a lot of tractors, some of them leased. So, yeah, she didn't know how to, and she didn't want to. And they just told us to bring them in and park them. And I did, and I parked mine so I could more or less hide it. In case they get this stuff worked out. And the mill seen where I work, have seen what I did, and they parked a couple Army trucks in front of it to hide it too. And I have never seen that truck since, by the way. Old 48's gone somewhere. But listen, it took us a year to get paid. I turned everything in, all my numbers. I keep a complete, load numbers, delivery numbers. I have everything. Turned the ball in. It took a year for me to get paid for the 2 weeks, and that's it. We got paid for the 2 weeks. That I understood, you had drivers that went the lawsuit route, and I don't think they got paid 2 weeks, or for a year later. They were still tied up into that lawsuit. But bottom line is, they had so many creditors digging in, the money was locked down so tight. But they finally, everybody agreed that, the drivers are going to get their share first. So I don't know anything about that 60-day, but I was blessed. My former employer's brother, whenever I called in, he said, "Don't go nowhere. I'll have you a truck in about 2 weeks." So I dropped the trailer in the yard. That belonged to him. It didn't belong to his brother. So I dropped the trailer in my yard. Bobtailed the tractor in. But it's just I didn't think you could have. I mean, it seemed like to me there would have been a better plan. If you pass away with not many people, and the company did work several days, but somebody has to start signing the checks to make the lease payments and doing all that. So I don't know what the deal is with that United company. That's a story yet to be told, I reckon.
Yep.
And of a terrible thing right heading into the holidays. So prayers for all those employees, and well, I guess one of them's going to spend time in jail, When you start stealing stuff out of the back of the truck, what is that, the larceny?
Yeah.
You'll never have a CDL again. So, yeah, there's stupid people out here. That's there you go. There dumbass.
Dumbass of the week
there.
nominee. Yes.
And that was on Monday. How about it?
Not only did not only does he lose his job now, but he loses any further prospects of a truck driving job, which there would, as far as the truck drivers are concerned, which they had 42 drivers, they'll probably not have any difficulty finding a new job. The need for truck drivers exists. But the other employees, that's a different story.
Hey, listen, I'm good to go now. I don't have to worry about my name being on that list this week. So there you go. Okay, this is 5-7. We down. Enjoying the show.
Yeah, the whole Lane Furniture thing. Yeah, that was a separate story. One of those drivers that was out there, when he got the instructions about do not finish delivering your load, return the truck and the equipment and all that, he pulls off in a parking lot and starts unloading furniture somewhere out there. And I guess just some bystander said, that's not right. Why is he unloading furniture out in the middle of the parking lot? And called authorities, and sure enough, he was offloading it, was going to take the truck back and then go back and pick up the furniture later. Get something out of the deal, right? I left off with this story where the retailers around the country, obviously there are other furniture manufacturers, but Lane was a big name and quality American-made furniture, right? They were a reliable partner for Darvin, according to Will Harris, who's the president of the top 100 Darvin furniture and mattress retailers. This makes it even more of a shock, somewhat of an important line of furniture for us. Lane was. It's one of a number of important lines for our retailers out there. Hopefully this is not a sign of things to come. He said, while it's tough to say goodbye to a venerated brand like Lane Furniture, we will be able to pivot to other brands, but it's going to sting. We don't have major exposure, but there are very important vignettes and SKUs that we sold really well from Lane. So we're going to have to start the process of closing this line of furniture out. The executive director of merchandising for the top 100 retailer Home Furniture, HOM Furniture, said, the Coon Rapids, Minnesota-based retailer, we were also not overly exposed to Lane, but interestingly, we actually had containers from Lane scheduled to arrive this week. It's always sad to see American companies go under, especially iconic brands like Lane. More importantly, of course, it's a massive loss of jobs for people who've worked with and we've partnered with over the years. I hope someone out there might be able to pick up the pieces and salvage at least maybe a portion of the business there at Lane Furnishings, Lane Home Furnishings. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that is our number. And happy Taco Tuesday, says Truck and Phil. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Time to get it going. Time to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back once again. Only 26 days till Christmas. 32 days until we ring in a new year, 2023. Wow. You're right about that. Wow, another year. Good morning, Truck and Phil. Thank you for tuning in. Have a safe journey and Semper Fi. Not sure if Wheelchair Dave's on board this morning, but he was very inquisitive. I guess he hadn't heard the news till I mentioned on last night's program about after the Cincinnati Bearcats loss on Saturday, that Coach Luke Fickell made the surprise announcement that he would be departing the program. And Wisconsin has hired Luke Fickell, Coach Fickell. Less than 24 hours now after that news broke out that Fickell was leaving to take the same position at the University of Wisconsin, members of the Bearcats 2023 recruiting class are now choosing to reopen their commitments. We had one official word before we wrapped things up yesterday morning. I guess early Monday, several others joined the bandwagon. As of 9:30 a.m. Monday, 3 players have now announced their decommitment from the upcoming UC signing class. 3-star wide receiver Aiden Green was the first to decommit. He posted a little before 5:30 Sunday evening that his recruitment is 100% open now. Monday morning, Jonas DeClona, a 3-star cornerback prospect from Naples, also announced his decommitment to the program. Shortly after that, Rossville, Michigan's Amar Snowden followed suit, according to his pre-decommitting Twitter bio. Snowden was actually committed to both the Bearcats football and baseball programs for 2023. Ironton's Trevor Carter, a 4-star linebacking prospect, tweeted Sunday evening that while he's still committed to UC, he has reopened his recruitment. According to 24/7 Sports recruiting rankings, UC Bearcats currently hold the 35th ranked 2023 class in the nation. They still hold commitments from 4-star prospects. We'll see if they remain committed or maybe make alternate decisions. As more potential good players drop out of the program, others are going to say, hey, we're not going to have the team that we needed to work with. So there you go. The coach is they're going to have their work cut out for them, as yes, next year they're going to be making that transition to the Big 12. Yeah, that was the division we were talking about, Wheelchair Dave. Yeah, the Big 12, and I guess word is Luke Fickell, wanted to continue with the Big 10. That's been his division, and that's where he's sticking, the Big 10. All right, inbred redneck. What's going on?
Oh, well, big buddy.
Hmm.
Nothing much, buddy. You know, I've been a little bit sick here lately.
I mean, you or your
But I'm
wallet, you
still
or your wallet or your cryptocurrency wallet. How's that faring these days?
Well, you know, it's a little bit lighter than what it was. You know, you
I
go
hear
into
you.
these crypto winners, you know. The biggest thing was, you know, all that FTX and all that stuff, buddy. It was all based on a deal where people were basically handing over their cryptos to these people for them to invest into certain things. The hedge, it's sort of like a hedge fund is what it is. There's another one. I can't remember the name of the first one or the next one, but I mean, any deal like that, anybody that has ever dealt with Wall Street or crypto ought to know that you don't let anybody else hold on to the paper. You don't let anybody else hold on to the stuff. It's just like buying gold and silver on futures. Oh, we're going to give you a promissory note that says that
we got your gold.
You're going to get the yeah.
I want the
It's,
gold in my hand. I want the gold in my under my mattress or something, right?
Yeah. But it didn't surprise me. It seemed like back in the summertime, there was a problem over there, from what I heard, with people leaving their crypto on the exchange and people were taking it, which is a big no-no. Only time you put your crypto on the exchange is when you're getting ready to trade it. As soon as your trade's over with, you pull everything off. I mean, that's just my advice to people. I had never used those guys. I've been using Binance and a couple other places to do my dealings. But, yeah, I heard some funky things over there. But I guess it got old Joe Biden in there, and I daggone that girl out in Arizona and all that, honey. Wasn't that a big debacle? I mean, think about it. It only took them, what? Almost a month to certify election.
Yep.
And
of course, they want to tell you everything is 100% accurate, right? But hold that thought.
USA Radio News.
What's old is new again when it comes to Congress. They're currently trying to agree on a way to keep from shutting down over finances yet again.
Businesses across the United States are pleading with Congress to impose a contract or extend a negotiation cooling off period in order to keep the railroads running. The Biden administration warns a nationwide strike could cripple our economy. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
If it's any indicator of how the economy's going, Robert Kiyosaki, the guy who wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, sent out a tweet this past week that said the world economy is not a market. I believe the economy is the biggest bubble in world history. God have mercy on us all. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Back to the inbred redneck. Someone questioned earlier, and I can only assume the answer is unequivocally yes. This is going to lead to some undoubted regulation and oversight to the crypto markets.
Yeah, but I think what they're suggesting is ludicrous on compared to the situations that went on, Steve. Basically, what they're wanting to do is to tighten down regulations on the oh Lord, it's on the tip of my tongue. I can't think about it. I can't spit it out.
Mm-hmm.
Like your USD Tether and all that, your stable coins. Well, that's not going to do anything with the exchange or anything like that, Steve. It's not going to fix some Bahama mama down there doing whatever, you know, living a polyamorous life, and his girlfriends are stealing the daggone money from the exchange and everything else. You know, that's not going to stop that. I mean, the only thing you can do is sort of look around and say, who's the big guys? Are they based in the U.S.? I mean, that would be my deal. You know, you want to exchange in the U.S. just for security reasons. I mean, there's times that I use other ones to get a hold of things that normal people can't get a hold of. But, I mean, they've got to secure something on the exchanges somehow, some way. And my proposal would be, hey, don't do business with anybody outside the U.S. if you absolutely don't have to. As far as crypto, I think it would, you know, sort of tighten down everything. But, you know, it's typical politician junk. Well, yeah, let's put some regulation on something, and you're regulating the totally wrong thing, you know. Why were they letting all this money go to the Bahamas? You know, why was this guy, you know, basically running around on MSNBC saying, yeah, I'm dropping $2 billion on Democrats or whatever.
Right, right, yeah.
Nobody even blinked an eye. Nobody blinked an eye. You know, there was just something about the cat that I didn't dig all along. You know, and luckily it come to light. You know, so. But yeah, it was a crazy deal there. I've lost some value, but I haven't lost any crypto. So the future bags are still there, but I believe it's going to be a while before we get any bigger rises, big uplifts. Matter of fact, I'm looking forward to all the crash. I mean, I'm not saying that they can't be money, you can't make money, but I think you're really going to have to do some picking and choosing, and it may be time. Like a lot of times, I'll throw $1,000 as a little startup deal. I mean, they're getting fewer and far between. But on that initial launch, most of the time, the dang old value of the crypto will sometimes go up 3,000%, you know. But there's a lot of risk, you know. You got to do some research and stuff here. Is this an actual serious guy? Has this guy got any experience in crypto at all? You know, on developing platforms and stuff like that.
Well, how was this Bankman-Fried? How was he able to dupe so many? I mean, because a lot of wealthy, intelligent investors, he duped all of them.
Well, basically, it was like sort of like a hedge fund for crypto, and they throw their stuff at it. You know, crypto's a little bit wide open. You know, if you've already got the crypto, if you switch it to a different wallet, there's no tax incurred, Steve. So a lot of the upper crust like to use crypto, you know. Say, I want to get a car from my neighbor, and I don't want to pay no taxes on it or whatever. You know, hey, I might say, hey, dude, I got a couple Bitcoin over here. You just got a new Corvette. How about I send 4 of them your way? You give me the Corvette, and you just tell them it was a gift, you know. And, I mean, it can help with international business, too. But, you know, crypto is really shady. I ain't gonna lie about it, Steve. Ain't no reason to lie about it. You know, the Silk Road and all that. I mean, crypto goes into all that. I mean, that's why the Silk Road was so big. People were, taking crypto, buying drugs on the internet and having them shipped to their house from God knows where to, hell, you could have been buying it off the daggone Taliban or something over there. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Steve?
Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean, really, that's where a lot of the value of crypto come in. So, but it's sort of like old what's his face is running the Ponzi scheme up there in New York. Well, who was that old cat? Madoff, yeah,
Bernie
Madoff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you take care of the first guy, and then the rumor gets out. Hey, man, I threw him $1 million. He gave me $1.5 million
Yeah,
back.
guaranteed 15% return, unheard of. I mean, he's doing twice as good as the stock market, right?
Yeah. So, it's all in the connections, and then plus, you got big time Democrats benefiting for this. So sure, they're going to send some people their way. So it's an all-inclusive club. You just hope that you're first in and first out, And sometimes that's all you can ask for. I hope I'm the first in, first out, and I don't have to deal with everybody else's crap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Catch the con while you can. But, yeah, I'm running on a little bit too much here, buddy. But what I was going on about all that stuff out in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and all that, I just want to send a message to these. I know a lot of these poll workers are volunteers that come out there once a year, work all day, and, hey, I get it. You're not a bad guy or whatever, but to all these, public officials that are elected to monitor the elections and all that stuff, incompetency breeds conspiracy.
Yes.
So if you don't want to hear from conspiracy nuts, you need to get on the ball, get yourself a going, and get some people in line. I mean, you got one job.
And
the whole year long.
And they gotta work like 2 days out of the year, right?
Yeah. It's like, get up on it. If I had one job a year and had to work 24 hours a day, I'd make that the best 24 hours of my life, Steve. I'd go home and train. I would, learn to use a pee bottle under a desk or something, do the old truck driver trick.
You'd make sure that your equipment was calibrated and working. You'd make sure if you had a printer that was going to be used heavily for the day, you had a fresh dose of ink in your printer. I'm just saying. All right. Good to hear from the inbred redneck. It is 844-3388. If you heard the word gaslighting, you've heard it a lot in the past year. Does it make you run over to... does anybody grab a dictionary anywhere? I guess you have to pick up your smartphone and say, Alexa, define gaslighting. What is gaslighting? Well, gaslighting is the word of the year, according to Merriam-Webster. Winner for 2022, the buzzword in today's politically charged climate. It's not exclusive to politicians condemning other parties and or hot take pundits on television, satellite radio, or Twitter. The word's also reportedly found a home on television's Bachelor in Paradise, whatever that is. The term gaslighting, according to Merriam-Webster, includes the act or practice of grossly misleading someone, especially for one's own advantage. And it rates as one of the most searched words in Merriam-Webster's expansive dictionary. The two previous winners, the most interesting word. 2020, the word was pandemic. In 2021, the word was vaccine. Surprise, surprise. Gaslighting. The word that sends people to the dictionary. According to the original definition of gaslighting, it involved a psychological manipulation of a person, usually over an extended period of time, that causes the victim to actually question the validity of their own thoughts. Derived from the 1938 play Gaslight and the films that followed. The main plot line, according to Journal, was a husband tries to make his wife believe she's going insane by incorrectly telling her the gas lights inside the house are not dimming. I guess he said, long story short, gaslighting is a fancy way to say lying. Well, why can't we just say lying? They're lying to us. Gaslighting, term of the year for 2022. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, what do you say? Back to the phones here on a Tuesday. Hey, trust your week's off to a good start, by the way. Hello, Dipsy Driver. How was your Thanksgiving, Dipsy?
Hey. Oh, it was pretty good. Yeah, I went to the in-laws, and my father-in-law, he actually barbecues turkey every year. It actually comes out really good. Yeah. You were right about the weather. It's supposed to be like mid-50s today and tomorrow, but then the bottom falls out Wednesday. Windy, and I think like mid-30s, and then it may creep back up by the end of the week. But the reason I'm calling, yesterday I tuned in a little late, but I did hear the replay, and 5-7 was talking about those old gasoline pumps where, they had the two levers.
Mm-hmm.
When you pull the nozzle out, pull one lever down that covered that hole, and then there was another lever that would reset the counter to zero and turn the pump on. Well, and, some people would take advantage of that and reset it after they, pump, $10 of gas in or whatever. But back when I was in high school, after school, maybe after dinner, I'd pick up my buddy Mark, and he was kind of a big guy. He was 1 year ahead of me in school, and well, you know, I'd pick him up in that cranberry red 70 Chevy, and you know, we'd go wash it. You know, I had a couple of those wash mitts, and then, you know, we'd chamois it down real nice, and then go get some gas. And he usually paid for the gas because he didn't have a car. And there was an old Sinclair station. I don't know if you ever heard of those, but we pulled in there, and it was a kid that went to school with us. And, you know, I told him, yeah, put $10 in. And he said, all right. And he turned it on, and I noticed he had it flowing really slow. And he come back up. He goes, you want me to check the oil? I said, oh, no, we're good. No, you know. And then he finished up. He goes, yeah, that's $10. I said, okay. I gave him the 10. And my buddy Mark stepped out of the car, walked over to him, and just nailed him, just punched him right in the head. Got back in the car, said, let's get the, you know, what out of here. I go, what was that all about? He goes, I was watching him. He reset it at $7, reset it to 0, and hung it back up. So he was ripping people off, you know, pumping gas, not putting in what they would ask for.
You
So
only got $7, and he kept $3 for himself.
Exactly. Who knows what he was doing all day long or after school when he worked there. So yeah, Mark nailed him, knocked him down. He said, let's get the heck out of here. I said, yeah, all right. Yeah, Mark was the kind of a guy, you wanted him on your side. I tell you what, he was a big guy, real long, pitch black hair. I think his mom was Native American and his dad was Italian. And boy, he had a hot sister. She was like 2 years or 3 years older than me. And one day I asked him, I go, you think Nancy'd go out with me if I asked her? He just looked at me and said, you're not asking her out. I said, okay. So, well, anyway, you enjoy your Tuesday, and I will talk to you soon, Steve.
You know, going back all those years ago, if you did that to one person an hour and $3 an hour, that was probably a pretty darn good living.
Oh, yeah. Unreal. I mean,
exactly.
Someone said, give me $20. He might only put 15 in, reset it. And oh yeah, he was probably making a killing. And I saw him the next day in school. He had a big old shiner. And I said, are you okay? And he goes, I'm never going to do that again. So I think he learned his lesson.
Lesson learned. What they call that, the school of hard knocks, right? There you go. What do you say, Scarecrow?
Thinking about pumping gas there, about the time I started driving, that'd be the early 70s. There was no such thing as a self-service station, at least in our area. Everything was full service.
Yep.
I actually thought it'd be kind of cool to be able to pump your own gas someday, And then we did wind up, I suppose, right about 75. First self-service came up. If you remember those stations, I hit a bunch of pumps in one little cubicle, probably about a 5x7 cubicle that, attendant sat in there taking the cash under the glass screen, kind of like a movie theater, set up. Maybe a rack of candy bars inside and pop machine outside, but you try to find a full service station today, but anyway, inbred redneck there. He kind of raised my spirits a little bit. I'm accustomed to having a brain fart once in a while, and when he was scratching his head there for that moment, I thought, oh yeah, I can identify with that. And likewise, Heat Wave, he had that brain fart earlier in the program. I gave a little fist pump for him there. I thought, yeah, I can. But Lane Furniture, thinking, Steve, there could be a whole train of containers stretching right on over to, Asia, components for the furniture. Even stuff that's manufactured in this country, where generally the components are coming from overseas and such. So yeah, that could really be affecting quite a string of employment, and can have effects that we're not even aware of and whatnot. And then 57, he touched on Jay Leno there. I thought he was going to bring this up, but clip I saw on the news last night showed him arriving at the theater or wherever he was performing there Sunday night. Stevie, there was a squad car parked in front of the theater, and I suppose they were holding the spot for him to pull into. A couple officers standing there. Leno clipped the front of that squad car. Not just once, but 3 times. He pulled in slow, and the right rear quarter just touched it. Didn't even leave a scuff mark on the car, but and he didn't quite clear it, and he stopped, and they made note of it. Well, then he backed up, so that scuffed it some more. Then he pulled ahead again, and he scuffed it for the 3rd time. So, but I'm sure that's as far as any of that went. It's not what you are, it's who you are, But beyond that, I just thought, if you need any help to close the program out, I'll throw a little at the fan and see what happens here. I didn't have anything, dead serious for you or anything like that. But
well, we pretty much
that's all I truly got for you.
All right. Well, that's perfect timing because we've truly reached that point. We'll close things out here on a Tuesday morning. All right. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, obviously, out of the box, we'll be talking weather concerns. Be aware later in the day, south central and eventually southeast, strong storms, possible tornado outbreak, according to forecasters, getting underway later this afternoon. Be safe out there and see you at the midnight hour tonight.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.